42 days, 33 hostages, women, children, hostages over the age of 50 and the unwell. In return, somewhere around 900 to in excess of 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. The reason I'm not being precise is I think the calculation that had been agreed upon was that for every civilian hostage, 20 Palestinian prisoners would be released. For every serving IDF soldier, 30 Palestinian prisoners would be released. So hundreds, probably more than 1,000 in the first phase of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli jails will be released as well. And then, Darren, I think it's important to also add that we expect to see an agreement that would see a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, something like 500 or 600 truckloads of aid every single day, because that humanitarian crisis is dire and the need for that aid is great on the ground in Gaza.
And do we think, just finally on this, Alistair, do we think in part this is effectively because we're seeing the transition in the United States? You know, this is President Biden trying to get a deal over the line before he leaves the White House, while at the same time, clearly officials from President-elect Trump piling pressure, particularly, it must be said, maybe on the Israelis.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting that if a deal is announced and has been agreed and announced, how the two US administrations claim credit for it. And I think, you know, in fairness, both can claim some credit. I mean, firstly, the outgoing Biden administration, you know, they have spent hours and hours, months and months trying to negotiate this deal. They say that the deal that is being agreed to is pretty much identical to a deal that they had put on the table in spring last year. So they have put in a lot of hard yards. But certainly the election of Donald Trump back to the White House, the threats that Donald Trump has been making in recent weeks that all hell will break loose if a deal is not agreed by his inauguration, which comes this coming Monday, you know, that works to a certain degree. Trump's unpredictability works in the Middle East on some occasions, and it does seem to have helped unblock the pipes here. But, you know, of course, there are other factors as well. The fact that Israel fought a war against Hezbollah and has severely degraded Hezbollah as a threat. The fact that President Bashar al-Assad fled from Syria unexpectedly, and the fact that Iran has been given, at the very least, a bloody nose by Israeli airstrikes on its territory. You know, those were all areas that Hamas would have expected to see militant groups coming to their defense. I think there's a realization in Hamas now that nobody is coming to their defense, that they are isolated, that they are not defeated. You know, 9 Israeli soldiers have been killed in Gaza in the past week. There is still fighting going on in Gaza. But I think Hamas also realizes that any support that they expected to get from Iran or its axes is no longer there, is not going to be coming. And for them, now is the time to make a deal as well.
OK, Alistair, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in our defence and security analyst, Michael Clark. Michael, we were going through some of the detail, weren't we there? The broad outlines of a deal that will see, we believe, 33 Israeli hostages released in exchange for the withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza.
Yes, I mean, this deal was always about reciprocity, and as Alistair was saying, I mean, this is the outline of the deal. It's been known for a very long time, and it was a question of agreeing on precise numbers. So, you know, how many Palestinian prisoners would be released, and on what sort of time scale, as against how many hostages, Israeli hostages, will be released, and against what time scale, and how would that then dovetail with the reduction of Israeli troops from Gaza, and would they pull out completely from Gaza, or just from most of Gaza and still leave some troops in the south? So the details of this deal that needed to be pinned down were just the arrangements between those sort of moving parts, which is not that difficult. If the political will to do it is there, then that's like a trade union negotiation. You know what the process is, and you can get to a number. You end up with a number in all the columns that you need to have a number for. And so that's what they seem to have done now. Of course, the deal is very vague, I think, on what happens after the 42 days, but there's a 42-day process. And after 16 days, as Alistair was reporting, after 16 of those 42 days, then discussions begin on what happens after the 42 days. And that's where it gets very difficult, because then you're into the bigger political issues about reconstruction and political process. But at least for now, the prospect of several hundred Palestinian prisoners being released and several of the 60 or so hostages who are still alive being released, that now looks like a real possibility if this deal is finally agreed. If we all know it's very, very close, but is it tonight, or is it in 24 hours' time, 48 hours' time? And whenever it is, it won't start absolutely immediately. It will take 24 or 48 hours to put other processes in place, just physical logistics like buses and arrangements and some paperwork before these things start to happen.
Michael, and we're also hearing that there are now celebrations breaking out in Gaza with news coming through. This is from, as you rightly point out, the Qatari and Hamas side saying that last-minute dispute in ceasefire talks has been resolved. Not officially over the line yet, but it does seem quite positive. And as I say, maybe not a surprise that we are seeing people taking to the streets in Gaza, welcoming this news.
Yes, I mean, they need it more than anyone else. Again, as Alistair was saying, I mean, the IDF, the Israelis have taken some losses even this week because fighting is going on. But, I mean, the bombing policy that Israel has now resorted to throughout other parts of Gaza, where it's not fighting on the ground, is resulting in, on average, up to 100 deaths a day. So the Gazans themselves desperately need a relief from this constant bombing and destruction, and so they're bound to celebrate anything. But as I say, all of the big political issues have been pushed back a little bit, at least for a few weeks. But if they get 6 weeks of relief from this, if the ceasefire holds for that long, and if 500 or more vehicles a day, trucks a day, are going to come into Gaza with the aid that they need, then that, of course, is a good enough cause for celebration on the streets of Gaza. The thing that will bother people is that if this deal is not concluded now, if it's another 48 hours, another 72 hours, will the bombing go on? Will the fighting go on until the deal is actually declared? It would be awful if more people died tomorrow for the sake of the last little announcement that could have been made this evening. Yeah,
and Michael, Reuters are giving us a little bit of a sense of what they think the deal is, saying that Hamas will release 33 Israeli hostages, including all women, children and men over the age of 50. That's what they're reporting. And that Israel will release 30 Palestinian detainees for every civilian hostage and 15 Palestinian detainees for every Israeli female soldier that Hamas release. And that the total number of Palestinians released will depend on the number of hostages released, but it could be between 990 and 1,650. And negotiations over a second phase of the agreement will begin on the 16th day after phase one has concluded. And that there is also expectations that there will be a third phase, i.e., Mike, this is just the start of a continuous potential set of negotiations based on how well the first phase goes, if what Reuters are suggesting is correct.
Yes, I mean, that's has always been our understanding. This has always been a phased approach. So in the first phase, I mean, we can deal with these very specific numbers. It seems very odd to talk about the lives and the freedom of people as if it's a ratio that we will so many Palestinian prisons for each hostage and so many Palestinian prisons for each military hostage. But that's the way it is. It seems very heartless, but that is the basis of a negotiation. So that's the relatively easy part. But we wouldn't have even had that first part unless there was a third part to this negotiation, to this proposal, which is that this is supposed to lead to some sort of permanent settlement of the Gaza problem. And that is what I keep calling the political Death Star in the Middle East, because once you get into those issues, you're talking about the future of the Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but in other parts of the occupied territories and in other parts of the Levant. And you're talking, therefore, about the future of Israel. And that's where it gets very difficult indeed. So this process is specific in phase one, it's hopeful in phase two, and it is aspirational, let's say, in phase three. I'm fairly sure we'll get through phase one. I hope we get through all 42 days. I hope phase two gets moving. I'm not going to hold my breath about phase three, but we'll see where we are after, say, six weeks for this deal, and then maybe another 4 or 5 weeks after that. We'll have a sense of whether phase two is moving and is capable of moving to phase three. A lot of that, of course, might depend upon the view that the Trump administration then takes of the whole thing.
OK, Michael, just briefly, because we're coming up to the top of the hour, there's a humanitarian aspect to this as well, with the deal requiring, we believe, 600 truckloads of aid to be delivered into Gaza every day of the ceasefire.
Yeah, and that's a really important number, because 500 trucks a day was regarded as the absolute minimum, the basis of what the Gazan population needs in food and supplies. So 600 trucks a day is 100 trucks better than the absolute minimum, and that's what they've got to get back to. They haven't had anything like that since October the 7th. And so to get back to several hundred trucks a day, if they really make 600 a day, I'll be a bit surprised, but good if they do, might even exceed it. But they've got to get those trucks in so that there's 2.3 million people rattling around in a devastated landscape from which there is no escape for them. They need that aid as quickly as possible.
Good evening. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Simon Wilson. If you're just joining us, it appears that after 15 months of fighting, an end to the conflict, which has claimed tens of thousands of lives in Gaza, is drawing to a close tonight. A Hamas official at talks with Israel in Qatar has told Sky News that an agreement has been reached. Well, let's go live to Jerusalem, and our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle joins me now. And Alistair, we're on pictures from Khan Yunis, where it appears that some celebrations have already begun. We have been here before, and in the last few hours, Alistair, we have seen that coming and going and really tight on whether this deal will have been agreed. But now we understand from Hamas it has.
Things have been moving very quickly in the last couple of hours as the final elements of this ceasefire agreement were being thrashed out in Doha. There were reports of last-minute snags of the Qatari Prime Minister having to meet with Hamas officials in his office in Doha. But it seems that anything that might have stood in the way of an agreement between Israel and Gaza has now been resolved. Israel and Hamas has now been resolved by the two sides. And we are hearing from Hamas that a deal has been reached. They have given their approval. And we're also hearing from people close to the negotiations that that is the case. It is being reported widely now across the Middle East, across Israel. The news has reached Gaza, where they have been daring to hope over the last couple of days that this might be the eventuality. They have lived under 15 and a half months of war, 467 days, more than 46,000 Palestinians, according to Palestinian Ministry of Health officials, have been killed in the last 15 and a half months. Tens of thousands wounded as well. And then the hostage crisis for Israel that started on October the 7th, that has been ongoing for all of the last 15 and a bit months. Well, that now shows signs of coming to an end as well. As part of this deal, at least the first phase of this deal, 33 hostages will be released. Women, children, hostages over the age of 50 and the unwell. Humanitarian aid should surge into Gaza, desperately needed in Gaza, around 600 trucks a day. The more that can get in, the more that crisis will be alleviated, and problems of looting and stealing the aid should be abated as well. We wait to hear the precise details. There's been quite a bit that has leaked over the last couple of days, and we have to see whether or not that is accurate. But it looks now as though we're on a cusp of an official announcement. It will have to be approved by the Israeli Security Cabinet. That is expected to receive approval despite some opposition within the Israeli cabinet. There is opposition in Israeli society as well. There are some who believe that the fighting should continue in Gaza until Hamas is fully defeated militarily. There are even some hostage families who are upset that their loved ones are not included in this first phase of the deal. IDF soldiers, for example, who were taken on October the 7th, they are high-value hostages for Hamas, and their status, their release is still to be negotiated as part of phase 2 of this deal. But after months and months of negotiations, led by the Egyptians, by the Qataris, and by the Americans across the Middle East, it finally looks as though there has been a breakthrough, and Israel and Hamas have been able to bridge their differences and come to an agreement to end the war, at least temporarily.
Alistair, stay with us. We have more breaking news on this ceasefire deal being negotiated, and this time from President-elect Donald Trump. He says, we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released shortly. We understand, of course, behind the scenes, it was both the outgoing administration of Joe Biden and the incoming one of President-elect Trump that were keen to get this deal done. Let's bring in our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark, now. Michael, we've been hearing, trickling information about the various phases of the deal. Let's talk about this first crucial phase. More details being released. What do we know so far this evening?
Yeah, Simon, that the numbers seem to be now agreed. So it looks as if 3 hostages will be released in the first week, only 3 in the first week, and then Palestinian prisoners will be released in a way that's an interesting ratio. And they've said that Israel will release 30 Palestinian detainees for every civilian hostage and 50 Palestinian detainees for every Israeli female soldier that Hamas releases, and that they'll release all Palestinian women and children under 18 detained since the 7th of October by the end of phase 1. So there's some very specific commitments that Israel has made, and equally specific commitments at much lower numbers, of course, for the release of hostages. And what Hamas seem to be committing themselves to is to release all hostages by the end of this process, although there might be a little bit of ambiguity about when the end of this process comes. But we can be reasonably confident about the first phase of the deal because it's pretty specific and it's written down. But after 16 days in this 42-day period, they then start to talk about the second phase. And the second phase is where they will start to think about the broader political questions. And that should lead to a third phase, which is towards a permanent peace in Gaza. And that's the very difficult part. So the first part is relatively easy. Second part is hopeful. Third part is a bit of a black hole. We don't know where that will lead. But at least the first part looks as if it's agreed if, and I'm sure now the answer will be yes, the Israeli Security Cabinet approves it, and the Supreme Court of Israel has got to tick the box as well, and that may not happen until tomorrow, I understand.
And Michael, of course, each phase dependent on the previous phase and negotiations to continue for anything to move forward. So that's a crucial part of it too.
Yes, and I mean the diplomats will be very busy, throughout this whole period, and we can imagine that there'll be problems, there'll be hiccups, and things will be administratively difficult. And if people want to make a political issue out of an admin difficulty, then they will. So the international community, who are going to sort of oversee this, And those people who've got to make it work will be working very, very hard. And I'm sure every day will throw up different issues, not least the 600 truckloads of aid which are going to go into Gaza. And according to the statement that we've been given, of those 600 truckloads of aid, at least 50 of them will be carrying fuel, and 300 of those 600 will be allocated to the north of the territory, which is where more of the Gaza population originally did live. And so part of this deal is that more people will be able to go back to the north and try to pick up in the devastation of the north some sort of existence. So that's been quite important as well, because the Israelis have been very worried about the security situation in the north, and I'm sure there will be day-to-day problems in terms of which vehicles end up where, and are there enough of them, and have they been handed over in good order, and so on. But that's to be worked out as the process goes forward.
And amidst all of this, I think we've heard of last-minute snags, Michael. I know that you've been analysing the significance of the Philadelphia corridor in all of this. If you could explain that to our viewers.
Yes, the Philadelphia corridor is the narrow strip of land that divides Gaza from Egypt in the south. So it's like drawing a line across the 5 miles, only 5 miles, 5.5 miles, of border between the Mediterranean and the Israeli border itself. And that Philadelphia corridor is really important to the Israelis, because they say, look, we have to hold that. We have to have our military there in order to prevent Hamas from smuggling stuff from Sinai, which is Egypt, from the Sinai Peninsula into southern Gaza. And they smuggle it, by sea around that part of the Mediterranean. They smuggle it overland in consignments of other things, and they smuggle it through the tunnels. And the Egyptians have said for years that they've sealed that border, but in fact they haven't. And the Philadelphia corridor, in a sense, is Israel's barrier between Egypt and Gaza, which they feel they have to control. Now, they've always said, we will not withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor. And Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has been clear on many occasions that we will hold the Philadelphia corridor. It looks now to me, from what I've gathered so far, that they may have agreed to withdraw from that corridor. I'm not entirely certain about that, but it looks as if that would be the end of the whole process. The last part of Gaza that the IDF might leave would be the Philadelphia corridor, if they're going to leave the whole of the strip entirely by the end of the 42-day period.
That's the Philadelphia corridor and the significance of that, Michael. But going forwards, as you say, if they are to withdraw all their troops, hopefully not premature, but what would a future look like after this ceasefire deal? Is this a permanent ceasefire?
Well, all we've got, Simon, is the day after plan, which Tony Blinken outlined again yesterday in his final press conference as Secretary of State, US Secretary of State. And this plan, which is what has been around now for most of the 15 months of this conflict, and Netanyahu poured scorn on this plan in December 2023. But this is all we've got. I mean, this is all anybody can come up with. It's variations on the same thing, which is to say, well, there has to be an interim government which is not based on Hamas. So it's got to be based on, as it were, hand-picked Gazans who are not Hamas people. That interim government will create an administration working with the United Nations. The UN will supervise the reconstruction efforts, the initial reconstruction efforts, and UNRWA, who Israel has no time for. Israel has undermined UNRWA in many, many ways. They just don't trust them. But UNRWA will have to do the work, because there's nobody else who can administer aid into Gaza in the way that UNRWA can. There's no other organisation that can do it. And there'll have to be a UN chief. So there'll have to be a sort of supremo from the UN who will be in charge of Gaza during this process. And then, at some point in the future, after an interim administration has been created, control will be handed over to a new Palestinian Authority. It's the Palestinian Authority as run the West Bank and the occupied territories. Now, the Palestinian Authority has great problems of credibility, even amongst its own people. So it would have to be a rather revamped Palestinian Authority, probably with new leadership. And that's another problem in its own right. But that would be the idea. So the Palestinian Authority would go back into Gaza as they were before 2006. They used to run it before Hamas took over. So Gaza that's run again by the Palestinian Authority, with Israel having some sort of right to create a buffer zone, both along the border of Gaza and maybe along the Philadelphia corridor that we've just been talking about before. So the future looks a bit like that. The future's always looked the same. Whether we can get to that is a very difficult issue, because an awful lot of people have poured scorn on it, because they simply say either the Israeli military will end up running Gaza, which the Israeli military, I promise you, don't want to do, or the UN will end up running Gaza and it will run it imperfectly and the problem will come back because Hamas still exist.
You're watching Sky News as we bring you the news this evening that we believe a ceasefire deal is imminent. Our cameras are in Doha 2 tonight, where we are expecting a press conference from what was earlier announced as from the Prime Minister of Qatar. Qatar, of course, instrumental in these negotiations over the past 15 months. They have been a vehicle and a conduit between Hamas and Israel for a number of years, even before the Hamas attacks on October 7th. So Qatar, the United States, Israel and Hamas have all been speaking over the past few days, few hours, few minutes as this goes to the wire. Sky News understands from a Hamas official that they have agreed to a ceasefire deal. In the last few minutes, we have had breaking news, as reported by the Reuters news agency, that President-elect Trump says we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released. I've also just been handed something from 3 US officials confirming to the AP agency that a deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas that will see some hostages freed and pause war in Gaza. You're watching Sky News. We are across this breaking news tonight of a potential ceasefire deal, a hostage release deal. In the first phase, about a third of the hostages that remain may be released. Let's bring in a former negotiator, Daniel Levy, who joins me now tonight. Daniel, you've been in these talks in the past. You've been in these rooms. We have had claim and counterclaim, of course, as both sides try to finalise these negotiations. What do you expect would be happening tonight right now?
Well, as you've noticed, Saima, the cameras will switch to Doha, Qatar shortly. They have played, along with the Egyptians, but they've played the lead mediating role. Obviously, the US has worked with the Israeli side. And I think that shows the importance that people didn't listen when we were told Qatar should kick out the Hamas leadership, the importance of being able to have that channel to the Hamas leadership. I'm sure we will then rightly be thinking about what this means for the people inside Gaza, if indeed there is a deal, and if it's implemented. We can come on to that. But what this will mean to the people inside Gaza, the horrendous circumstances there, tens of thousands killed, every day still dozens of civilians being killed, what this means for the families and for those Israelis themselves being held in Gaza who will be released, what this means for Palestinian prisoners, often held in detention without trial, often held for decades inside Israel. But then I think we will quite quickly have to reflect on why a deal. And I'm sure you've seen earlier drafts, Saima. I know your correspondents would have seen them. I've got them printed out in my phone. And you will look at those drafts and you will struggle. With a microscope, you'll be able to see the difference between today's, if it is indeed confirmed, deal and what was proposed months and months ago in the summer. And what has happened since then is probably 20,000 or more Palestinian civilians have died, hostages have perished, circumstances have deteriorated even further, and one will ask why. And I'm afraid a lot of that answer, and we're hearing that out of Israel as well, has been the personal political calculation of Israel's Prime Minister. And what has shifted that calculation? It seems that Trump is the X factor. He now looks at an American president who he may not be allowed and able to lead by the nose. And I'm afraid what I'm saying there is also a damning indictment of the failures of the Biden administration.
And that is potentially the crux of it, isn't it? As you said, we've been here before. We've had 15 months of war. And as you quite rightly pointed out, so many lives lost for the Gazans, for Israelis. And yet the crucial factor, Daniel, potentially tonight, I just brought that breaking news from President-elect Trump and some US officials, may well be the incoming administration and the outgoing administration in the United States. How big a factor do you think that to be in tonight's developments?
Well, one might have expected that the parties themselves wanted to get this resolved. And I think there's been a relatively consistent Hamas position, not an easy negotiating position. I think inside Israel, there's been a lot more uncertainty, and at various moments you've had not only the families of many of those being held, of many of the Israelis being held, but much of the defense establishment, the former defense minister, who along with Netanyahu has an international criminal court arrest warrant for war crimes against him. They have all looked at this and said, why is the deal not being done? And it's really interesting that inside Israel, you've had one of the ministers, Ben-Gvir, proudly saying, I prevented it in the past because Netanyahu was scared what would happen with his coalition. You've had another minister who left the government now, authorizing that, saying that is indeed the case. And what you had was, if the Israeli side couldn't themselves reach a determination that the hostages were a priority, that they should desist from things that were violating international law, there was only one international actor who could force the issue and place a proper choice in front of Israel's leadership. That was the Americans. But what you had from the Biden administration was this consistent willingness to go out, protect Israel diplomatically, provide the weapons. And I'm not saying here, and people will make all kinds of speculations as to what did Trump threaten or what did Trump promise as he offered things in the West Bank or elsewhere. Trump is not about to be a pro-Palestinian president. The entire Trump Republican ecosystem will be hostile to the Palestinians. But what he has said is, I want to end this piece of it. And Netanyahu has looked at that and said, I don't want to go there, but this president is unpredictable and it worries me. And I think that is what has shifted the dial, because Netanyahu now has a coalition problem. It's what he's wanted to avoid. And we will have stories, we will have narratives, Simon. We will be told that Israel got this or Hamas got that Hamas felt threatened, felt beaten, the regions turned a different direction. But unfortunately, when one gets past that fiction, the reality is many of the red herrings Israel put into an attempted deal have been removed. Hamas is still there. It will have to be dealt with. This fiction that you'll get some new Palestinian authority, that's for tomorrow, but it's an important tomorrow. And Hamas, just in the last week, 15 Israeli soldiers killed in northern Gaza. So there's not total victory, and there will be a fight inside Israel because they were led to believe that they could get away with anything. But right now, the crucial thing is get the implementation. There are going to be hard issues when it comes to the release schedules, when it comes to who is released, when it comes to Palestinian movement inside Gaza, when it comes to Israeli forces redeploying, and when it comes to humanitarian aid. So an awful lot can still go wrong in implementation.
And Daniel, that is, as you say, the devil is in the detail. And on that point, we have some information coming into us from Reuters saying that Israel's government is to vote on the deal on Gaza on Thursday. That's according to a government official speaking to Reuters news agency. So there are still some hurdles that the deal will have to go through before it will be finalised. But our correspondent Alistair Bunker was earlier saying that often the Supreme Court in Israel deals with things like this and potential challenges as well from some of the families involved in the October 7th attacks as well, I understand. Those are often dealt with pretty swiftly.
So, Simon, if I can, there are three things going on there, OK? This has to go through the formal approval process inside Israel's security cabinet governing coalition. We know that some will oppose this. To what extent will they threaten the stability of Netanyahu's coalition? That's where he's been focused all the time. That's why one of the reasons why he hasn't done it, that's where he'll be focused. Secondly, whenever lists of Palestinian prisoners, and thousands are held in Israeli jails, whenever those lists are published, there is a modality to appeal to the Supreme Court. Very rarely does the Supreme Court intervene. I don't think we would expect that. The third thing, which is a little different, it's not a technical process that has to be gone through, is that the families of those Israelis being held, if that's where we're focusing for the moment, the families of those Israelis being held are going to look at this and say, who's coming out, but who's not coming out? And what you have in this deal, as has been mentioned, is you have phases. And if Israel or the other side, but the question and the real skepticism, and I don't want to mislead people, the real skepticism you hear from Israelis is whether Netanyahu and his government will allow this to proceed to the later phases, because those later phases entail, if one wants to get all the Israelis out, those entail a full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, and they entail the release of heavier Palestinian prisoners, heavy not in terms of their weight, heavy in terms of the sentences that they are serving. And this is something that I think many people will look at and say, will we get to that phase? And therefore the families are torn, actually, between those who expect to see their loved ones immediately, those who know not only will they have to wait, but they will have to see what Netanyahu's determination to either see this through or prevent the full implementation will be.
And Daniel, as we've been speaking about this throughout the day, we've had pictures coming into us, as we've had on our screens now in Khan Yunis, where there are already some people celebrating. We've had pictures coming into us from Jerusalem, where hostage families have been holding vigils and protesting, holding placards saying seal the deal, calling for the government to go ahead with this deal. We've seen protests, of course, over the past 15 months too. How much pressure is there on the Israeli government for this to go ahead? Or is it still a divided people on what to do about Hamas and the Palestinian question?
It is very much divided. You have a significant cohort of the governing coalition, of the political spectrum, who want to stay in Gaza, want to resettle Gaza, want to set up settlements inside Gaza. That's part of the crux of the disagreement in there. And they know that this is a slippery slope. You do the first part of the deal, but what happens if you get through to the end of the deal? That dream for them of resettling Gaza. So there is great division, as I said, between those who might come out earlier, who might come out later on in a deal. Netanyahu found, I think one has to acknowledge, something of a comfort spot in being able to play those off against each other and to avoid a decision. He didn't want to reach this moment. Now, you still have the Israeli military in Lebanon, bombing in Syria, bombing Syria. You still have the open question of Iran. You still have Israeli military actions, deadly Israeli military actions in West Bank all the time. And you can expect bad things to happen elsewhere. That's part of the modus operandi of the current Israeli body politic. But these dilemmas when it comes to Gaza and the people protesting in different directions are something that Netanyahu had sought to avoid. And he, I think, looks at the situation and says, I'm not worried about what pressure Netanyahu might or might not make when it comes to the bigger Palestinian question, as you posed it. Palestinians will still be occupied. Palestinians, as the International Court of Justice has defined it, will still be living under a regime of apartheid. But he looks at Trump and thinks, this guy's unpredictable, and my personal political well-being may not be served by getting on his wrong side. And I think that is a factor that has played significantly here. And I think Palestinians will look at this, and there may be huge relief because the International Court of Justice has called for urgent measures because this is plausibly violations of the Genocide Convention. The International Criminal Court has called for those arrest warrants because there are war crimes being committed. So people will say, let's just end the killing. Can we get the humanitarian assistance in? But there will not.
I'm going to interrupt you, Daniel. You mentioned President-elect Trump there. We've just had some breaking news lines coming into us from the President-elect saying that we will work with Israel and allies to make sure Gaza never becomes a terrorist safe haven. He goes on, we will build upon and further expand the Abraham Accords. Let's bring in our US correspondent then, Mark Stone. He's in Washington. And Mark, we've heard from President-elect Trump. We haven't heard from the Biden administration yet. What are we to make of that?
Well, that's interesting in and of itself, the fact that Donald Trump has got in there first and is beginning to do what I think he will do repeatedly over the coming days and claim credit for what has happened here, for this potential ceasefire, which we expect to be announced from Doha in the coming minutes. A statement from President-elect Trump in the last 20 minutes, he says simply, we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released shortly. And then, as you say, a bit more detail from Donald Trump within the last few moments, saying that they will work with Israel and allies to make sure Gaza never becomes a terrorist safe haven. And then I think a very interesting point, which goes to the heart of why perhaps this deal has happened now. He says, Trump says, we will build upon and further expand the Abraham Accords. Now, the Abraham Accords was a remarkable deal done during the last Trump presidency, which saw normalization between Israel and some Gulf Arab nations. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel would like to continue that. He would like to extend that. He would like to see normalization with places like Saudi Arabia, which would fundamentally reshape the region. And so I think one reason why this deal has happened now is because Netanyahu needs to keep Trump on his side. Netanyahu knows that Trump is the key to perhaps normalizing relations between Israel and places like Saudi Arabia. And so while Netanyahu did not need to dance to Joe Biden's tune, he does need to dance to Donald Trump's tune. And so he is doing just that by conceding this ceasefire now. That said, I think, as I say, Donald Trump and his team will and are already claiming credit for what has happened here. That's fair. They should be claiming some credit because they have been working hand in glove, remarkable, some might see it as, with the outgoing administration. Steve Witkoff is Donald Trump's Middle East envoy. He has been working with Brett McCurk, the outgoing envoy for Biden's administration. They've both been in Doha working to get this deal done. So Trump's team should claim credit. And Trump's unpredictability is part of that. No one quite knew what Trump meant when he said all hell will break loose if the hostages are not released by the 20th of January. That is Inauguration Day, the day he becomes president. No one knew what he meant. Was it an empty threat? Was he going to do something? Who knows? No one knew. But it's Trump. Maybe he could have done something. And so that, I think, focused minds everywhere, whether it be in Doha, a key American ally. Could Trump somehow change the relationship between America and Doha if they... Don't forget, Hamas has a presence in Doha. If they were not playing ball, Netanyahu, he knew that he needed to listen to Trump in a way that perhaps he thought he didn't need to listen to Biden. So those are, I think, some of the contours that explain why this deal has happened now, given that, as your previous contributor said, the deal is pretty much exactly the same deal that Biden put on the table back in May last year. The reason it didn't work then is because we were looking at a different picture then. Biden had not lost the election. The Middle East had not been reshaped in a way that it has been now. Look at how Iranian influence in the Middle East has been decimated in Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza as well. So that the picture in the Middle East is different and the politics is different. And that, Saima, is why this deal has come now.
And Mark, as we are speaking, we are now getting pictures in from both Gaza and Tel Aviv, side by side, where people are out onto the streets, clearly tentatively celebrating the potential of a ceasefire deal. And it is 15 months of fighting that has seen no respite, of course, for the Gazans and for the families of those hostages taken on October the 7th. You have worked in the Middle East. You now report, of course, from the United States. This is a region that has suffered a lot, and amidst the politics and the fighting, it is the people of Israel and the Palestinians that now are hoping for this ceasefire deal to really come through for some respite.
Yes, but unfortunately, these final moments in these sorts of negotiations where wars are paused or brought to an end are, history shows, the most dangerous moments of all, because just in practical terms, the fact that the Supreme Court in Israel will not vote on this, will not look at this until the morning, means that there is still many, many hours ahead where militarily it may be seen by Israel to be smart to continue bombing, to take out other strategic points that they may want to in Gaza up until the point at which that ceasefire deal is formally reached. So a dangerous night ahead for the people on the left of your screen there, for sure, an agony for the people on the right, because those hostages will not come out of Gaza until the ceasefire is formally ratified, which the suggestion is that it won't be until tomorrow. And then, of course, if Israel does decide that it wants to carry out more bombing overnight, just to tie up loose ends, for want of a better phrase, then what will Hamas do in response to that? So these final moments are unbelievably fragile, and these are the moments where, frankly, everything could fall apart.
Yeah, and that is the strange and bewildering juxtaposition. As I said, tentative celebrations in Gaza and Tel Aviv tonight. And Mark, of course, in terms of this ceasefire deal, it's in 3 phases. So everything hanging on this going through tonight, but then, of course, for each phase to also be negotiated and completed successfully.
And each phase is dependent on the success of the one before it. So it is very, very fragile indeed. 16 days is, I think, the first point at which things will be looked at again to see how well it is going and how both sides are meeting their half of this deal. But of course, I think the first phase is clearly set out. But as you go into the second and third phase, it is much less clear how this will all work out. And remember, we talk about ceasefire. Ceasefires, another word for that is a pause in fighting. This is not, by any stretch, an end to the problem that is the Palestinian issue, as diplomats so often refer to it as. This is simply a pause in fighting to allow for hostages to get out, for humanitarian aid to get in, and for a stage-by-stage process that would perhaps lead to something more permanent. But 2-state solution, 1-state solution, the rebuilding of Gaza, all these key things, well, they are a long, long way off.
Mark, for now, thanks very much indeed. We have now had a tweet from Layla Moran, who is, of course, British politician of Palestinian heritage from the Liberal Democrats. She says, finally, ceasefire, so many feelings, still can't quite believe it. We'd been so close before, but also, why did it take so long? Thousands of innocent dead, so much devastation. Let's hope this lasts and the bombs don't start again. Layla Moran, of course, Liberal Democrat, politician of Palestinian heritage, Palestinian Christian, British politician, of course. Let's speak to Jasmine El Gamal, former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon. Good evening to you. I think Layla Moran's tweet there poses all the questions amidst the relief that so many people who are watching this region tonight will have too.
Absolutely, Saima. I mean, that is the question that everyone's asking. If this deal is so close to the deal that was announced by President Biden last year in May, why did it take so long to finally get the two parties to sign it? There's so much tragedy in that 8-month period, and there's so much anguish and anger over the fact that it's taken this long. But I know that people right now are trying to focus on the fact that it is going to be signed. Hopefully, the deal still has to be ratified by the Israeli cabinet on the Israeli side, but both parties have agreed provisionally to the deal. And now we're just going to wait for it to be ratified. And then, of course, the real challenge is going to be in the implementation of the deal, which, as you've been discussing, is going to be over 3 phases, with each one of them building on the previous one, and each phase more difficult and more complicated than the previous one. So it's a long and arduous road ahead for Israelis and for Palestinians, as I've been saying. And I don't want people to think that this is going to be easy, but at the very least, the signing of the deal, once it is signed finally, should be a huge relief to a population in Gaza and certainly in Israel and the hostage families that have been waiting for this moment for far too long.
Jasmine, bear with us. Of course, Jasmine Al-Gamal, former advisor to the Pentagon on the Middle East. We do have an update from the United States. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, again. Mark, what do you have for us?
A statement, a lengthy statement now from Donald Trump. Incidentally, we've yet to hear from the outgoing administration of President Biden. But let me read you the statement from President-elect Trump. He says this epic, capital letters, ceasefire agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November, as it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure the safety of all Americans and our allies. It goes on to say, I am thrilled American and Israeli hostages will be returning home and to be reunited with their families and loved ones. And it continues, with this deal in place, my national security team, through the efforts of Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never again becomes a terrorist safe haven. We will continue promoting peace through strength throughout the region as we build upon the momentum of this ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords. This is only the beginning of great things to come for America and the world. And he concludes by saying, we've achieved so much without even being in the White House. Just imagine all of the wonderful things that will happen when I return to the White House and my administration is fully confirmed, so that they can secure more victories for the United States. So there we are, as predicted, Donald Trump claiming almost total credit for the ceasefire that is seemingly very, very close indeed. And he is saying that it is only because of his victory, of his team's work in trying to get a deal that this has happened. I think it is fair to say that that is a little bit rich. It is the Biden administration that has done an awful lot of work in the background for many, many months to try and secure a deal. It's also fair to say that they have failed hitherto to secure a deal until this moment, and clearly something has changed. And as I described earlier, part of that is undoubtedly the unpredictability and the fact that Donald Trump is about to become president again. So there's a lot going on in the background. Both sides, outgoing and incoming presidential administrations, should fairly claim credit for what is seemingly unfolding now in the Middle East.
Mark, for now, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring back in Jasmine Al-Gamal, of course, former advisor on the Middle East to the Pentagon. Jasmine, we've just had that statement from President-elect Trump. Of course, a lot of people saying that he may well be the X factor because of his unpredictability. This was a deal that was already on the table months ago. So why now?
That's right. I mean, one certainly cannot blame incoming President Trump for tweeting that. It is very understandable that he's going to be taking full credit for this deal. Obviously, it's a bit more nuanced and complicated than that, Saima. He certainly did put that additional pressure starting weeks ago when he said that he wanted this war to be over by the time he took office. And then a few days ago when he said that there would be big problems like no one has seen before if a deal was not struck. So that added pressure certainly played a factor in getting the deal together. But we also have other factors that coincided with that, creating a perfect storm, if you will, for this deal to be signed right now. Both parties, both Hamas and Prime Minister Netanyahu, have been facing immense pressure over the last year to end this war. Both publics are exhausted. Gaza has been completely decimated. I mean, people have been on the brink of starvation. You have these devastating reports that have been coming out really nonstop from Gaza. And on the Israeli side, you have the hostages that are still there, obviously, which is brutal and devastating to their families and to the wider public as well. So that pressure has been building on the leaders of Israel and of Hamas. And then, of course, you have, I think, what is probably a very strategic calculation on the part of Benjamin Netanyahu, who it would be very unwise for him to anger an incoming US president when he's going to have to deal with him and ask things of him for the next 4 years. So Trump made it clear that this was something that he wanted and that he expected to get done. And at the end of the day, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu looked at the next 4 years and said, I can make him angry now, and that'll haunt Israel for the next 4 years, or not Israel, but Prime Minister Netanyahu and his agenda, or I can sign this deal now, put that in my pocket, and then see what I can get out of it. Now, I just want to caveat all of this, and I know we've talked about this, with the fact that the signing of the deal is not the implementation of the deal. And there are certainly plenty of opportunities for both sides to renege on the deal once it goes into force. And the implementation is going to be a lot harder than just simply signing the agreement, even though that is surely a welcome step for everyone.
Indeed, Jasmine, and that is why, as we watch these pictures on our screens right now from Gaza, those young children, so many young children killed in Gaza, of course, already more than 46,000 casualties, hundreds of thousands of people injured. And on the right, as people hold candles in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, around Israel, calling for the hostage release. So much hope hanging on all of this coming to fruition, and yet we are still having to speak with so many caveats tonight. If you're just joining Sky News, a reminder of our breaking news this evening that after 15 months of fighting, it appears that a ceasefire deal is imminent and will be announced in the next few potentially minutes or hours. We have had developments too from the United States. We've heard from President-elect Trump. Let's bring in Washington, US correspondent from Washington, Mark Stone. I think now we are hearing from President Biden, or at least his administration, Mark.
Yeah, two administration officials have confirmed in the last few moments, saying that a hostage deal and ceasefire agreement has been reached, and that President Biden is expected to speak publicly. So that is the first confirmation from the president or the presidency here in the United States that a hostage deal and a ceasefire agreement has been reached. We had it from other sources in the Middle East up until this point, but now the Americans confirming that and saying that President Biden will speak publicly. Incidentally, the president is due to give an Oval Office address tonight at 8 o'clock. This is his swan song, his farewell to the nation. He is president for just a few more days until Monday, and so, as is tradition, he will give a speech at the Oval Office tonight. Whether or not he will now give a separate statement about this hostage deal and ceasefire, well, that much is not yet clear. But you can be sure that his speech tonight will now be framed by what he has been trying to achieve for so long, which is an end to fighting in a conflict which has caused him and his presidency and potentially his legacy so much difficulty. He, it appears, has now secured a ceasefire. It is his team that have been working for so long to try and get this ceasefire, and he will certainly be claiming credit, as indeed Donald Trump has. And I read a few moments ago that lengthy statement from President Trump where he seems to claim total credit for what is unfolding. That statement, you can read it in full on our live blog, which is being updated all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Live blog on digital. And if you're joining us now, whether you're watching on YouTube or on your televisions, tonight, a ceasefire deal has been confirmed by both President-elect Donald Trump and the Biden administration in the United States. Hamas officials have confirmed to Sky News they too have approved a ceasefire deal. We are yet to hear from the Israelis. I've been speaking with Jasmine El-Gamal, a former advisor on the Middle East to the Pentagon. Jasmine, so now we are expecting to hear from President Biden too. As you say, there have been a lot of talking, a lot of negotiating to get this over the line. Remind us now, Jasmine, of the ceasefire deal that we understand will be negotiated and just what that means for this region.
Right. Sorry, one second. Sorry about that. The ceasefire deal obviously is it's very similar, like I said, to the one back in May. You have 3 phases of the agreement. The first phase of the agreement is fairly straightforward, and it includes a cessation of hostilities, entrance of humanitarian or a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages in exchange for a release of a number of Palestinian prisoners as well, including women and children and sick and elderly on both sides. The more complicated one is the second and third phases, of course. And the second phase, the details of that second phase are set to be negotiated around a couple of weeks after the first phase begins to be implemented. So the details of the second phase are not even going to be discussed until the first phase is midway through. So I think what we can expect to see in the days forward is some very positive news out of both sides, because that's the easy part of the deal. And then about 2 weeks or so into that first phase is when things are going to start to become much more complicated, with the risk of further progress breaking down, Saima.
Jasmine El-Gamal, for now, thanks very much indeed for speaking up to us tonight here on Sky News on the night where the US has confirmed Israel Hamas have reached a ceasefire deal. It will be in 3 phases. The initial phase, a crucial and long-awaited release of at least 33 hostages in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian detainees, and of course a pause, crucially, in the fighting in Gaza. Well, I'm joined now by Prem Kumar, former White House Director for Israeli and Palestinian Affairs during the Obama administration. Good evening to you. We have now heard from President-elect Trump. In fact, we heard from him first, and we are expecting to hear from President Biden. Both administrations, it seems, working in the background to get this across the line.
Yes, it is quite remarkable, actually, how closely the Biden administration has worked with President-elect Trump's team to bring this home. And I think the fact that this agreement is about to be announced is in part a product of that cooperation and the understanding in the region that the U.S. administration and the next one both wanted a deal.
So am I right in thinking what you're saying is they have both been working together behind the scenes to get this done?
Yes. Brett McGurk, who is the Middle East coordinator at the White House for President Biden, has been meeting with Steve Witkoff, who is President-elect Trump's designee to be the special envoy for Israeli-Palestinian peace, which is really remarkable. In my career, I can't remember a time when the incoming administration's team had already started joining meetings before the inauguration, but that's what's been happening here for the past few weeks.
And why do you think that is? As you say, it is extraordinary, which is why I felt I needed you to confirm what you said. It is an extraordinary step. It is an extraordinary situation, of course. Why do you think now this has changed and we have finally reached a ceasefire deal?
Well, I think Hamas has wanted a ceasefire deal for quite a while. The question is on what terms. Israel, on the other hand, has wanted to continue the war, to do as much damage as they could. I think what's changed now is that from the Israeli government's perspective, they know that the incoming Trump administration wants this deal done. And so they have agreed to be more flexible in these discussions, including to at least agree to discuss the full evacuation of Israeli forces from Gaza in order to get this deal, because Prime Minister Netanyahu, I think, believes that with the Trump administration's support, he can persuade the other right-wing members of his coalition to support this agreement now.
Yeah, extraordinary pictures as we're speaking, Prem, coming to us from Gaza and earlier from Tel Aviv as well. We also, on the side panel, you can see, have our cameras poised in Doha, where we are expecting to hear from, we were told earlier, the Prime Minister would be holding a press conference, and no doubt that is about this ceasefire deal. And as people celebrate or at least hold vigils in the streets of Gaza, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem tonight, Prem, as you say, there has been a lot of work behind the scenes to get this deal done. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, while he may not have previously wanted to agree to this deal, he has now done, potentially because of the unpredictability and the fact that President-elect Trump really wanted this deal done by the inauguration. So I guess the question is then, if this deal does go through tonight and it is ratified by the Israeli government and the cabinet, where we are expecting some opposition, how do you think the Trump administration will have to work? How hard will they have to work to maintain this ceasefire deal behind the scenes?
I think it will be quite difficult to sustain, the calm in Gaza. As my old friend and colleague Jasmine Al-Gamal was just saying, the really hard part will be in the second and the third phases of this agreement. The second phase being the full evacuation of Israeli forces from Gaza and the release of the remaining Israeli hostages, together with hundreds more Palestinian prisoners. And then the third phase would be the reconstruction of Gaza and an agreement on its post-war governance. In some ways, that's the hardest issue, because the Israeli government has for a long time made clear that it will not accept Hamas continuing to rule Gaza. And yet there has really been no alternative developed yet, no other power that the Israeli government has indicated it would accept. And so whether a permanent arrangement can be reached in this third phase of this deal really remains to be seen.
And from President-elect, we've had a number of statements coming out, short lines, and then, of course, a longer statement we've had from him. Amongst them saying that two things: we won't allow Gaza to become a terrorist haven, clearly reassuring the Israelis there of his stance, but also saying that we will want to continue in the vein of the Abraham Accords. And a reminder to our viewers, that was, of course, trying to affect normalization, Arab-Israeli normalization in the region, which, of course, the Hamas attacks put a stop to, namely with Saudi Arabia, negotiations with Saudi Arabia. How do you think, is that a good indication of what we might see going forwards? And what does that mean for the Palestinians in all of that?
Right. Well, I think that was undoubtedly a big part of President-elect Trump's motivation to get this deal done before his inauguration, because he wants to start right away, once he is inaugurated, to revive the possibility of an Israel-Saudi normalization deal. The challenge is going to be that the Saudis will want a clear roadmap for a Palestinian state in exchange for agreeing to normalize relations with Israel. And the Israeli government under Prime Minister Netanyahu has been very reluctant, opposed to accepting that idea. And the details are even more complicated because I think the Saudis will also want some indication from a Palestinian government that it seeks international support in the rebuilding and in providing security in Gaza, which is a necessary condition for the Arab states to contribute forces, funds, et cetera. And so that brings us back to the question of what kind of government could that be? Would it be the Palestinian Authority, which Israel has rejected playing a role in Gaza? Or will it be the de facto Hamas authorities or something else? Those details, and they're not really details, they're big questions, have not been sorted out.
Yeah, huge question. So your belief and analysis is that the Saudis will insist on a future Palestinian state in terms of the Abraham Accords discussions with President-elect Trump. For our viewers' purposes tonight, where are all the Palestinian figureheads and leaders? Because, of course, Hamas has been considerably damaged, a number of its senior leadership killed, crucially Yahya Sinwar, and yet it continues to fight. Not heard much from President Abbas. And so what is a future leadership like?
Well, first, just to clarify, I think the Saudis will insist on a pathway to a Palestinian state, which is not the same thing as actually establishing that state. But even agreeing to that pathway has been very difficult for this Israeli government. In terms of where the Palestinian leadership is, I think a lot of Palestinians are asking that question. President Abbas and his key advisors have been largely sidelined in the past several months, year. And so whether he really has the credibility left to invite the Arab states and others to help rebuild Gaza is very unclear. I think most of my contacts and sources in the Gulf believe that there needs to be new leadership of the Palestinians, whether that's an empowered prime minister serving under President Abbas or potentially some new arrangement representing a number of Palestinian factions. I think the UAE, Saudi Arabia, other countries will all require that their support for getting more involved in Gaza come from a Palestinian figure and authority that is seen as being credible.
Prem, I'm just interrupting you because we've now had a news alert. According to the Associated Press news agency, the office of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says a ceasefire deal is still not reached. Final details being sorted out. We have a few seconds left, Prem. Is that potentially a negotiation tactic for some final snags?
I imagine so. I think I've heard from some Israeli officials and have heard from American officials that this deal is largely done. But of course, at the last minute, there are often questions of exactly how many prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, will be released in exchange for the release of the hostages. Who will they be? Are they serving life sentences? Those sorts of questions. Those are important. And it's possible that the Israelis are trying to iron out some of those details. And
thank you.
Coverage.
Yeah, Prem Kumar, former White House Director for Israeli and Palestinian Affairs. Thank you. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Simon Mawson, and if you're just joining us here on Sky News, it appears after 15 months of fighting, an end to a conflict which has claimed tens of thousands of lives in Gaza is drawing to a close. A Hamas official at talks with Israel in Qatar has told Sky News that an agreement has been reached. The US has also said an agreement has been reached. But in the last few minutes, the office of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says a ceasefire deal still hasn't been reached. Final details are being sorted out. President Biden is also expected to speak from the Oval Office later this evening. We will bring you both those statements live. And of course, on your screens, you can see we are keeping an eye on Qatar, where those negotiations have been continuing, where we are expecting a news conference from the Qatari Prime Minister. Well, let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who joins me from Washington. Mark, a significant moment in the 15 months of fighting, beginning, of course, on October the 7th with the Hamas attacks, continuing through to the war in Gaza, where more than 46,000 people have died. Tonight, we have heard both from President-elect Trump and the Biden administration confirming a ceasefire deal has been reached. Of course, we've had that caveat now from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office.
Yeah, I mean, maybe more than a caveat. I mean, he's saying a ceasefire deal has not been reached. These are the tense moments that you always get in these last few inches as people try to get a deal. Let me give you a bit more detail that we're getting right now from the Prime Minister's office in Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu. They've released a statement within the last minute or so saying, in light of Prime Minister Netanyahu's firm stance, Hamas has backed down on its demand that the last-minute changes to the deployment of forces on the Philadelphia axis. I'll explain what that is in a moment. It then goes on to say, however, there are still several unresolved clauses in the outline, and we hope that the details will be finalised tonight. So that is a bit more meat from what that strap at the bottom of your screen says there. But it is still the case that Netanyahu's office do not believe yet that a ceasefire deal has been reached, but they say that they hope the details will be finalised tonight. One key snag is the Philadelphia corridor. This is a strip of land at the bottom end of Gaza that was a problem back in May when this almost an identical proposal was put forward by President Biden's team. The Philadelphia corridor is an area of land. The Palestinians, Hamas, were saying that Israel, the IDF, had to completely withdraw from that. Israel was not prepared to do that. It was all about whether how you define urban areas. The IDF said it would withdraw from urban areas, but not from everywhere. Is the Philadelphia corridor an urban area or not? That was the snag then, and it appears to be somewhat of a snag tonight. But the headline is that we are very close to a deal which would see 3 phases of a ceasefire. The first would last 6 weeks, and it would include a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from central Gaza and the return of displaced Palestinians to northern Gaza. It would see 600 truckloads of humanitarian aid being allowed into Gaza each day of the ceasefire, and Hamas would release hostages over the 6-week period.
Mark, for now, thanks very much indeed, live from Washington, D.C., of course. So keeping an eye on the statements coming from President-elect Trump and the Biden administration. As you can see on your screens, we are bringing you live pictures from inside Gaza and from the streets of Tel Aviv, where, of course, it is the citizens who are hoping against hope that this deal does go through. Let's bring in my colleague Yalda Hakim. She joins me on the line from Doha. Yalda, we are expecting that press conference from the Prime Minister of Qatar. You are there. Tell us more about what you're hearing.
Saima, as you know, the Qataris have been chief negotiators in this process. They managed to negotiate a deal back in November 2023, just a little over a month after the October 7 attacks. And they've been instrumental in trying to push through a deal, I guess, all the way going back to May, where we thought at one point that we were close to a deal. We've been holed up in this room at the Foreign Ministry, waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. About an hour ago, we were told he was 5 minutes away. You would have seen the series of announcements from President-elect Donald Trump saying that the deal had gotten over the line. Just in the last few minutes, we've also been informed, and I know Mark Stone was just reading out the various different snags that have come through from the Israeli side. That Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that he's, there's a few issues within the clauses that they need to iron out. We were told that this was more or less over the line. The Qatari Prime Minister has been meeting with both Hamas delegation and Israeli delegation, as well as the U.S. delegates here in Doha from about midday local time, trying to really iron out those differences. And we were told it was 95% there. There were just a few minor things that they really needed to flesh out between the various different teams. Just in the last few minutes, we're told that there is a slight spanner in the works. As you can imagine, this is an incredibly complex deal that will take many, many months. And as Mark was saying there, the initial phase will be about 42 days, roughly 6 weeks. And we're expecting about 33 hostages to come out in that first phase. But there will be other phases. And so the complications around this, the fact that there are questions around whether it can hold. And if it does hold, how much longer before we get to the second phase and the phases that come beyond that. So these are very, very complex negotiations. And of course, the two sides are not in the same room. The Prime Minister has been meeting the delegations. They've been coming in and out of his office, and there have been other negotiators shuttling back and forth. But the fact is that they're all in Doha at the moment. This is the closest point that they have reached to an agreement. And there is no doubt that the Trump administration has played a pivotal role in this. And sources on the ground will say that the Trump officials, the incoming administration, have played a huge role in this, in putting pressure, in ensuring that this gets to this point. But it is a tense moment. The world's media have gathered in this room. We're waiting and hoping that this deal will get over the line tonight.
Yalda, bear with me. We've just got some updates coming into us on the details of that ceasefire deal. Of course, we know that part of it is getting that crucial aid into Gaza pre-October 7th and the war on Gaza. It was 500 trucks a day that were being delivered. So now we are being told that there will be an effort to get a similar number of trucks into Gaza on a daily basis. Well, the UNAID spokesperson says the UN is committed to deliver aid to Gaza during the ceasefire. It can only deliver as much aid to Gaza, and this is in quote marks, conditions on the ground allow. It goes on saying UNAID, it is a must that entry restrictions on aid be removed, law and order addressed. Now, of course, that's linked to the restrictions being imposed by the Israelis and, of course, looting as soon as they get across. Sometimes those trucks have been looted or it's not been safe for them to continue. In Gaza. Yalda, of course, as we speak about the negotiations, you are at the heart of those negotiations in Doha. You are awaiting that press conference from the Prime Minister of Qatar. It is, of course, these kind of details that the people that we're seeing on our screen live from Gaza right now are wanting to hear. They want to know there's going to be peace. They want to know there's a pause in fighting. They want to know that the aid will get to them, as well as, of course, the Israelis wanting their hostages back. We're seeing those pictures live from Gaza tonight, where we are hearing that the UN is committed to deliver aid, Yalda.
That's right. And Simon, we've been reporting on this for the last 15 months about the challenges of getting aid into Gaza. So much pressure at different points was put on Israeli officials. At one point, it felt like throughout the months of October and November of last year that virtually no aid was getting into the north of Gaza. And humanitarian agencies around the world have spoken about famine at different points as well. But of course, on the ground, there have been challenges, as you say, around looting, criminal gangs operating in the area. Frankly, for the last 15 months, the fabric of society has broken down. So getting that kind of aid has been crucial, but there have been challenges on the ground as well. And these are the things, as you say, the complex negotiations that are currently taking place and trying to get both sides to agree to these issues. The Palestinian people have suffered in sort of a massive way over the course of the last 15 months. 46,000 or more people have died as a result of this conflict. And of course, at one point, we were told over 100 hostages that were still held in Gaza. As you remember, following October 7, in November 2023, we saw many women and children being released. And that was a moment of hope. But then things descended back into the kind of violence that we've seen over the course of the last 13 or 14 months. And so those images, those live pictures that we're currently seeing coming out of Gaza, where people are holding their breath and they're hoping that this deal goes through, and both sides are so close. And we saw that statement on Truth Social from Donald Trump. He's been instrumental in this. He wants to see this go over the line. Sources have even told me that we may see the first hostages come out on Inauguration Day, either Sunday or Monday, when we're expecting when Donald Trump will be inaugurated. So this is very much, this pressure to get this over the line has come in a massive way from the Trump administration, and that pressure will remain this evening as both sides try and iron out these differences that feel, from the negotiators, the Qatari side, they're saying they're small differences, but clearly it's enough for now to pause where we were. So an hour ago, we were told the Qatari Prime Minister would come down, would address the world's media, and the world's media is in this room waiting to get that confirmation. And yet we've had to wait and see what these differences are that they can't seem to get totally over the line. But there is hope that it will happen this evening.
Yalda, for now, thanks very much indeed. And while Yalda was speaking from awaiting that press conference in Doha, we brought you those pictures from the White House, of course, where we are awaiting hearing from President Biden, as reported by our US correspondent, and, of course, senior US administration officials speaking to various news agencies, saying and confirming that a deal had been reached or has been reached tonight. We are expecting to hear from President Biden. Let's bring in Chuck Frelich, a former Israeli Deputy National Security Advisor. Good evening to you. Just how close are we tonight to this ceasefire deal? We have heard mixed responses. The US says a deal has been done. Prime Minister Netanyahu's office says not quite yet.
Well, I assume that the U.S. wouldn't be saying what it has if it didn't have high confidence that a deal has been reached, but not for the first time in negotiations such as this. There are last-minute snags that can happen. I'm hopeful that we'll have the deal very, very soon.
And tonight, as we understand, these negotiations are coming to fruition. Just how crucial is this, that the ceasefire deal isn't just agreed, but is implemented, of course? That's the crux, isn't it?
Well, of course, that's always the case. And what makes it particularly difficult in this case is that it's a deal with a terrorist organization, and an organization which has, according to the U.S., been the obstacle for months now to reach a deal, and which is already reconstituting in those parts, rebuilding its military force in those parts of Gaza that Israel has already withdrawn from. They fired rockets into Israel just in the last week once again. So, I mean, this is a tough decision for Israel. Of course, everyone is thrilled to get back even part of the hostages. But at the same time, there is a very, very heavy price that is being paid here, cutting a deal with a terrorist organization. And this is going, just the first stage is going to require that Israel release over 1,200 terrorists.
And of course, everyone is hoping the release of the hostages will will happen. We are seeing people on the streets of Tel Aviv, of Jerusalem, of many, many towns and cities, probably around the world, where people are connected to Israel, hoping that their hostages are released. And of course, celebrations in Gaza tonight on our screens as well, where they are hoping for a respite in the fighting. Why do you think this is happening now? We've had various analysis tonight, notably that the incoming Trump administration and the pressure being put on Prime Minister Netanyahu, also that previously Prime Minister Netanyahu didn't want a deal because he was all about his own politics.
Well, I think the Trump administration, the incoming administration, deserves credit for the final push, and the president pressing very hard, coming out with explicit threats if it didn't go through. But let's be realistic. I mean, the people who've been negotiating this for the last half year or more, as a matter of fact, as you were saying before, since May, that's the Biden administration. They did all the heavy lifting, and here we have the final push. I think both sides reached the conclusion that they need a deal now, and Hamas will see this as a victory for them. They are still largely in political control in Gaza. They've been defeated militarily, but still, as I was saying, reconstitute wherever they have the opportunity.
Chuck Frelich, former Israeli Deputy National Security Advisor, thanks very much indeed for speaking to Sky News on this breaking news tonight, where we are hearing from the United States and Hamas officials that a deal has been reached for a ceasefire in Gaza and for the release of hostages. We are not hearing that yet from the Israelis. We've had a statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office tonight saying a ceasefire deal is yet to be reached. We are, of course, poised to hear from both President Biden and from the Prime Minister of Qatar, where my colleague Yalda Hakim joins me on the line from in Doha. Yalda, you've been inside that press conference, probably experiencing the ups and downs of these negotiations from inside that theatre where you're waiting for the announcement to be made. Of course, the Qataris have been instrumental for many, many years, not just through the last 15 months, for being a conduit between Israel and Hamas.
Yes, very much so. And I put it to the Qatari Prime Minister when I interviewed him just before Christmas. I said that, Qatar has come under criticism for having a Hamas office here in Doha. And he said to me, we did this at the invitation of the Americans because it wasn't just October 7. There were many, many other instances in the past where they have had to resolve, the various different conflicts over the year. And so that is one of the pivotal reasons why Hamas has had an office here in Doha. But as you say, the Qataris have played an instrumental role in getting this over the line a number of times. Back in November 2023, we saw a number of hostages released, mainly women and children, the elderly, the sick. We saw those moving images of Red Cross convoys making their way out of Gaza and into Israeli territory. And that is the sort of complication. There are so many layers to this. It's not just about getting the hostages that have been trapped in Gaza for the last 15 months out safely. But the fact is that there are hospitals that are poised and ready. There are trauma specialists on the other side that are poised and ready. And of course, for the Palestinians, respite for the more than 12 months of violence that they have experienced as a result of October 7. 46,600 Palestinians have been killed. Half of those have been children. And while the Israelis have always said that victory for them, and I've asked them this on a number of occasions, what does victory mean? They've said that victory for us is the eradication of Hamas. And just yesterday, we heard the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, speak at the Atlantic Council and say for all of the Hamas fighters that have been killed as a result of this conflict over the course of the last 15 months, Hamas has managed to recruit that many more. So this idea of a vicious cycle of violence, the idea that there could be more young people radicalized and joining Hamas as a result of this conflict is very much real and alive. But at this point in time, here in Doha, which is the center of the negotiations and where the Israelis are, the Hamas officials have gathered, as well as the Americans, we are awaiting news. As you say, a number of people have said that this is over the line, but there are certain issues that still need to be resolved. So we're waiting for those to be resolved. But we're currently holed up in a room at the Foreign Ministry in Doha, waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. About an hour and a half ago, we were told he was 5 minutes away. There are now complications, and so we are waiting and hoping that in the next half an hour or so, or in the next hour, there is some good news.
And Yalda, while we await and hope for that good news from the Qatari Prime Minister at the news conference you're waiting inside, let's talk a bit about what has happened over the past 15 months, of course, which is that war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Hamas has been considerably dented and damaged, but it hasn't given up on the fighting. What kind of group might we see going forwards post-ceasefire deal, do you think? What are analysts you speak to saying?
Well, you know, one of the things that the Palestinian Authority has said is that they want the international community to play a much bigger role in the so-called day after, which is what it's been called, when it comes to reconstruction and who should govern over the Palestinians in Gaza. These are crucial questions that, you know, the leadership in the region are thinking about. What does the day after in Gaza look like? How do they ensure that this vicious cycle of violence does not continue? That the violence that we saw on October 7 and following October 7, you know, the way that this conflict has been prosecuted, the death toll that we've seen in Gaza does not continue. And perhaps despite the violence as well as the war of words from both sides over the course of the last 15 months, that there can be a move towards statehood for Palestinians and ensuring that we don't see events like October 7 occur again. And for the Israelis, this is a massive, point of contention, that they have promised total victory to the public. As a result, we've seen these hostages who have been held in tunnels in Gaza for the course of the last 15 months. We're told that this first phase of this deal will be 42 days, but this is going to go on for many, many months. And when we look at the scenes in Gaza tonight, there is jubilation, but Gaza has also been completely flattened. And we're told by UN officials that over 1.9 million people have been displaced. You know, humanitarian agencies have spoken about famine. International journalists have not been able to get access to Gaza. So all of these different things need to be discussed and phased out by the regional leaders, as well as the international community. And I think what will be interesting to see is the kind of role that the new Trump administration will play in this, whether they want to see a roadmap to peace for the region, not just an end to this conflict at this point in time.
Yalda, for now, as we await that press conference from Qatar's Prime Minister, live from Doha, Yalda, thank you. Let's cross to Jerusalem now, where our correspondent Alistair Bunkle joins me live. And Alistair, of course, you followed the twists and turns throughout the past few days and tonight. And I think the latest update on the ceasefire deal that we really must discuss is this statement coming from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office, saying that a deal hasn't yet been reached. What are we to make of that?
Yeah, well, we're outside the Prime Minister's office here in Jerusalem. They are suggesting, according to reports, that there are still areas of the ceasefire agreement that are to be discussed, to be negotiated and to be agreed upon. That flies in the face of what we've heard from Donald Trump, at least, the incoming US president. Donald Trump is being credited with putting pressure on both sides to come to this deal, and Trump having pretty much announced it himself, I think will look very dimly if anything gets in the way of it. I mean, what I would say is we have not heard officially from any of the sides within the negotiations themselves. That is the Qataris, the Egyptians, the Israelis, Hamas, and the current US administration, the outgoing US administration led by President Biden. President Biden is due to speak later on this evening. I mean, Stephen Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy, has been working very closely with Brett McGurk, Biden's Middle East envoy. Both of them are in Qatar at the moment. Despite any political differences they might have back in Washington, they have been working closely in order to try and achieve this deal. But it looks, and we've had counterclaim and counterclaim throughout the day as to how close this deal was going to be. But that word that came out from Hamas, from people who were close to the negotiating teams as well, that an agreement had been realized, an hour and a half ago. Now the Israeli Prime Minister's office suggesting perhaps actually that's not quite the case. Clearly behind the scenes, that kind of final yard to get over has proved very difficult, and maybe still is proving very difficult. But the celebrations have started in Gaza. There have been people in Israel and Jerusalem and Tel Aviv celebrating the news of a deal as well. In Gaza, they are looking forward to an end of the fighting after 15 and a half months of heavy bombardment and fighting on the streets of Gaza. Here in Israel, they are looking forward to receiving some of their hostages home. But these agreements are incredibly complex, and that is why it has been ebbing and flowing over the last couple of days, and perhaps it is still ebbing and flowing to a certain extent in Doha. But we wait to hear officially from the Qatari Prime Minister, from President Biden, and perhaps from Benjamin Netanyahu as well.
And Alistair, while we have been discussing that, we are now hearing from Reuters news agency, which says they've seen a copy of the deal, which says that Israeli forces will begin their withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor and complete it no later than day 50. Israel will gradually reduce forces in Philadelphia corridor bordering Egypt during phase 1 of the Gaza ceasefire deal. And Alistair, that Philadelphia corridor is, of course, a crucial part of any negotiation. Remind our viewers why.
Well, the Philadelphia corridor is the strip of land. It's about 5 miles from west to east that runs along Gaza's border with Egypt, right in the very south. I actually travelled up and down it a couple of months ago, and the Israeli military have tarmacked a road going up and down it for easy access, but you run alongside the city of Rafah and the crossing that goes into Egypt. Totally destroyed. I mean, it's no exaggeration to say ICE didn't see a building either left standing or intact in any way. Actually, Rafah, very close to there, very, very close to where I was, Yahya Sinwar was found and killed by IDF forces a couple of days later. But Benjamin Netanyahu had said some months ago that an Israeli presence along the Philadelphia corridor, a sort of a long-term presence, was crucial, and his justification for that is to stop Hamas using either tunnels underneath into Egypt or the crossing into Egypt itself, the overland crossing into Egypt, to smuggle weapons back into Gaza. And so that is going to be a point of contention, because the Israelis will want to make sure that if the fighting stops tomorrow or on Friday, whenever it might come, Hamas don't use that pause in the fighting or that lull or that permanent end in the fighting to rearm in some form. So the Philadelphia corridor is one of two major passageways in Gaza that has been a part of these negotiations. Now, just quickly, I would say that if a deal is confirmed tonight by those involved in the mediation process, the likes of President Biden, it still needs to be approved, voted upon and approved by the Israeli Security Cabinet, and we think that might happen tomorrow. Now, there are opponents within the cabinet, members of far-right political parties, like the Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, like the Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. They could oppose this deal. They want the fighting to continue in Gaza. I think even if they do oppose the deal, Netanyahu will still have the numbers behind him. The likes of Gideon Saar, who he brought into the government a few months ago, and his party, they give Netanyahu the numbers he needs. And Gideon Saar is now the foreign minister of Israel. He's in Europe at the moment. We understand he's flying back here, cutting short his visit to Europe in order to be any part of those discussions. So if a deal is agreed, I don't see any obstacle to it, even though it will need to go through various layers of process over the coming hours.
Alistair, for now, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's speak to Dania Abul-Haj from the International Centre of Justice for Palestinians. Dania, we are at an extraordinary juncture. We have, to be fair, been here before, but tonight there seems to be more hope than ever before that a pause in the fighting in Gaza in exchange for the release of hostages may well happen.
Yes, indeed, this is a very hopeful moment. And honestly, this is a moment that we've been waiting for 15 months, 466 days to be specific. And with that hope comes a lot of mixed feelings as well, mixed feelings of devastation that it has taken this long, but also definitely a moment that brings into attention three next essential steps that need to be undertaken if this deal actually does take place and happens. There needs to be accountability for the crimes that have been committed. There needs to be immediate access for humanitarian aid, and there needs to be allowance for the people to practice the right to self-determination. So definitely a moment with a lot of mixed feelings, but also a lot of considerations for the next steps and the next stage.
Yeah, we have tonight heard from UN Aid saying that they are ready and poised to take aid into Gaza. And as you mentioned, 15 months of war has left more than 46,000 Palestinians dead, many more still buried under the rubble, and more than 100,000, it's reported, injured. This will bring some respite. There will still, however, be concern because, of course, it's a phased ceasefire deal, 3 phases, and everything for the next phase rests on the first phase being completed and the next being negotiated.
Yes, that is true, but it also rests on the rest of the world taking on their obligations and actually acting with their mandates in accordance with their obligations and their international law. And most importantly, there needs to be accountability, because without accountability, we're going to have the same scenario repeated over and over again. So we need to see states endorsing and supporting international institutions and courts like the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice to actually undertake their job and be able to deliver on it. And there needs to be support for that. And when it comes to humanitarian aid, you're correct. What we will be seeing as well will be a lot of suffering that we haven't been able to actually quantify, as people on the ground will be able to identify the missing, collect the remains of their loved ones that they have not been able to get from under the rubble for possibly 15 months as well from the beginning of this genocide that has taken place. And also, we are seeing over 1.1 million Palestinians possibly in risk of starvation, 66% of the structure destroyed. So there definitely needs to be humanitarian aid allowed in without it being hindered by Israel. And there needs to be guarantees by the world that they will ensure that that happens. And most importantly, there needs to be the moment where the world realizes that Palestinians are entitled to their right to self-determination, and that without that, there won't ever be peace in the region.
From what I'm hearing, from what you're saying, of course, a stark reminder of the situation inside Gaza for tens of thousands, millions of Palestinians, of course. Are you concerned that once a ceasefire deal is reached and the 3 phases are potentially completed, that people will forget about the Palestinians, or that more work still needs to be done? Because really, a number of guests I've spoken to already tonight say now the hard work begins. Indeed,
yes, the hard work now begins. And We at ICJP have been working relentlessly over the past 15 months, and our work will continue more now. We've been collecting evidence, witness statements from people who were on the ground, who evacuated, about the crimes that have been committed, and that has been submitted to the International Criminal Court and the South Africa's legal team before the ICJ, and has been used in their case. It's very important now to uphold accountability. I think this is the most important step for the upcoming few years, and this is going to be a lot of work that we're going to all need to work side by side to ensure that is being taken, but also a very important step for all states around the world to understand that their failure to uphold their obligations is what has led to 15 months of a genocide happening against Palestinians. This is what has led to the massive loss of civilian life, to the destruction of Gaza, and a very, very critical and catastrophic humanitarian situation.
Tanya Abul-Haj, Head of Law at International Centre of Justice for Palestinians. Thanks very much indeed for speaking to us tonight. And if you're just joining Sky News, a reminder that we are following what seems to be the last few hours potentially of reaching a ceasefire deal for Gaza. Hamas has confirmed to Sky News that they have agreed the ceasefire deal. The United States, both President-elect Donald Trump and US officials from the Biden administration have confirmed that there has been a ceasefire deal reached between the two sides. But tonight we have heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office saying there are still some details to be agreed, and our Middle East correspondent said that is often the case of part of negotiation tactics. We are poised, as you can see on the side of your screen, to hear from the Prime Minister of Qatar in Doha too. Our cameras are in Gaza, as you can see live on your screens now. They are in Tel Aviv and they are in Doha and Jerusalem tonight. I'm joined now by Brian Finucane, Senior Advisor with the US Programme at International Crisis Group. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. An extraordinary moment after 15 months of relentless war and destruction.
Yes, let's certainly hope that a ceasefire takes hold and sticks. But I think it is notable, as you just laid out, that the remaining source of uncertainty about whether or not a ceasefire will actually come to pass comes from the Israeli government. And I think that it was indicative of the pattern we've seen over many months, that it has been Israel holding out on reaching a ceasefire deal, and holding out because the Biden administration has not brought sufficient pressure to bear, has not used U.S. leverage to try to bring about an end to the fighting and the release of the hostages.
And of course, we've heard about some of the details of this ceasefire. It is obvious that they will want a hostage release deal. We understand, of course, there needs to be a pause in fighting and aid to get into Gaza. We're also hearing about that crucial Philadelphia corridor and the withdrawal of Israeli forces. That seems to be the main point where there is a lot of toing and froing tonight.
Yes, I've heard that. I don't think we have official confirmation of all the details of the agreement from the parties. I've seen drafts, but I don't know that they've been verified. I think we still have remaining uncertainty until we have confirmation from the Israeli government and until the fighting actually stops and hostages are released. We've been very close in the past. So I'm hopeful, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think we should be cognizant that the deal hasn't happened yet, and it may not stick once it does happen.
Yeah, that's also a concern, isn't it? Because there are a number of hurdles and procedural steps to go through, not least Prime Minister Netanyahu has to have this passed by his security cabinet, and then the Israeli government, we are told, according to some of the news agencies reporting, will vote on this on Thursday.
Right, so we're by no means out of the woods, and this is a ceasefire. If it comes to pass, it is not necessarily the end of conflict in Gaza, and leaves unresolved a number of what are going to be tremendous challenges for the people of Gaza in terms of reconstruction, humanitarian assistance, and recovering from this conflict.
And as you say, we're by no means out of the woods yet, but there is considerable hope that they have managed to get to this point. And interestingly, what seems to be the crucial factor in all of this, or the X factor, as one person messaged me earlier this evening, is Donald Trump. President-elect Trump seemed to have given an ultimatum saying he wants the hostage release deal to happen before or by Inauguration Day, or all hell will break loose. And it seems both sides have listened.
So there is certainly a narrative being spun, both in the region and by the incoming Trump administration, that yes, Trump has brought pressure to bear on both parties, both Hamas and Israel, but more specifically on Netanyahu in particular. And because of that pressure and the unpredictability of Donald Trump, Netanyahu has finally knuckled under and agreed to do a ceasefire deal. That narrative obviously is beneficial to incoming President Trump because it burnishes his reputation for deal making and his effectiveness as a statesman, but also would provide Netanyahu with domestic political cover, saying that he had to agree to these terms because the U.S. president was insisting upon it. Now, I don't know how much of that is reality and how much of that is spin. But again, it's certainly the case that if this happens, it will be because Israel has finally agreed to reach a ceasefire deal.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And interestingly, as well, President-elect Trump mentioned the Abraham Accords. Of course, that's something he wants to promote as, again, as you say, it's beneficial to him and his administration. They want this to be a success they can claim for themselves. But if we are to see that as a template going forwards, and the US involvement in peace and change in the Middle East, how do you think, or what is your analysis of what might happen next?
Well, all the indications are that the incoming Trump administration wants to build upon the Abraham Accords from its first term. And the crown jewel there would be normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which seems very difficult to accomplish if there's an ongoing war in Gaza, amongst other things. Or there are many other hurdles to reaching such normalization, but not the ongoing conflict in Gaza. It seems to be an insurmountable one. And so there are a number of reasons why Trump would want the fighting in Gaza to stop, to reduce the overall sense of chaos in the region, to give him a win, to show that it burnishes his credentials as a deal maker, but also, as I indicated, potentially to build upon and toward achieving the goal of normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
OK, for now, Brian Finucane, Senior Advisor with the US Programme at International Crisis Group. Thanks very much indeed for your analysis. Well, let's take you back to the Middle East now, where I'm joined from the West Bank by Asil Baidoun, Senior Advocacy and Campaigns Manager at Medical Aid for Palestinians. And good evening to you. One of the parts of this ceasefire deal is not least a pause in fighting, where we understand at least 46,000 Palestinians have been killed and more than 100,000 injured, but also crucial aid getting into Gaza, which has seen many restrictions from the Israelis. Medical Aid for Palestinians has continued to work on the ground. Just what does this ceasefire deal mean to you and your workers tonight?
First of all, I cannot express how we feel. We just want to cry out from all the sadness of what we have witnessing with our colleagues in Gaza, but we're also really grateful that this will end. And I must say that tragically, this came 15 months late. We have lost, as you said, tens of thousands of lives. And now we should be picking up the pieces. What will we do with the starvation? All these IDPs that are celebrating as we see now, where will they go? Their houses have been demolished, destroyed. So now we just want to pick up the pieces. We are trying to prepare for the massive response in terms of humanitarian delivery that we will be supporting. But what about the facts on the ground? We really wish that this will turn into a permanent ceasefire and all the Israeli violations of international law will be met with sufficient accountability. But for now, it's a very emotional moment. I feel like we want to hug everyone in Gaza who have survived this mass atrocities by the Israeli army.
And describe to us the situation on the ground in Gaza at the moment, where, as I mentioned, it's not just the people killed. There are tens of thousands of people injured, living with disabilities, awaiting medical aid that they are simply not getting, that they really need.
Israel has targeted every hospital. Most hospitals are out of service, so all these people are either severely malnourished, severely injured, and they have no adequate healthcare system within Gaza. So now we have a huge responsibility as medical organizations to see if we can get more medical missions in. We can get the evacuation for patients outside Gaza. We have tens of thousands of people waiting for medical evacuations. And again, this is only the start of alleviating the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, as now we will see all these chronic issues, all these injuries. And literally, as I said, we're just overwhelmed now. And now we should be starting to pick up the response and see the immense need of all these people who have been facing everything we have witnessed live for the past 15 months.
And as you are in the West Bank, what's the atmosphere or response in the West Bank tonight as you look out of your window?
I think people are just in the streets. We are waiting for the final confirmation because we're still traumatized from the May agreement that didn't happen. So everyone is just in the streets waiting to hear the final confirmation from the Qatari conference. And then I think everyone will be jumping and crying at the same time and just calling their family and friends in Gaza, telling them that you made it alive.
My goodness. They made it alive, but at great expense, of course. Tell us about the work of medical aid for Palestinians on the ground and how it continues and what it's struggling with, because now, so many people say, now the hard work continues.
Actually, now the hard work starts because now we don't know what to do with. We have lack of doctors in Gaza, as Israel has killed more than 1,300 doctors and medical personnel in Gaza. So now we need to see how we can fill in all these medical capacities, all these medical personnel, the infrastructure of hospitals. How can we start rebuilding them? What will we do with all these people who Israel used, as we know, starvation as a weapon of war? What will we do with people who are severely malnourished with the long-term impact? What will we do with people with chronic diseases that haven't been getting treatment? What will we do with all these internally displaced people who need food, shelter? You know, Israel has destroyed more than 70% of houses in Gaza. So we really don't know how to start. We have a huge work ahead of us. And we know that a lot of diseases has been spreading because of the lack of water, lack of food. And as you said, the children who have lost their legs, people who have lost a lot of, parts of their bodies. So now it's the real work, trying to figure out the most priority, what to start with. And again,
live from the West Bank. We have to interrupt. We're taking you live to Qatar, where we're going to hear from the Prime Minister of Qatar. Let's listen in.
Belligerents in the Gaza Strip have reached a deal on the prisoner and the hostage swap and announced a ceasefire in the hopes of reaching a permanent ceasefire between the two sides, as well as allowing the access of large quantities of relief aid to the Palestinian brothers in the Gaza Strip. First off, I would like to thank our partners in the Arab Republic of Egypt, the United States of America, notably the envoy to the Middle East of the President-elect, Steve Witkoff, as well as the MENA coordinator at the U.S. National Security Council, Mr. Brett McGurk, for their efforts that contributed to push these negotiations forward and reach this deal. I would also like to express my deepest thanks and gratitude to our brothers from the Arab Republic of Egypt and His Excellency, the Minister Hassan Rashad, who have contributed and made serious efforts in collaboration with their Qatari partners in order to make this deal a success. With the approval of both sides, and the negotiators on this deal in order to finalize all executive measures for tonight. And after that, we will be taking all the internal measures. The Israeli government will be taking the internal measures, after which the agreement will enter into effect on Sunday, January 19th. The exact timing will be identified later. The phase 1 of the agreement will go on for 42 days, and it will include a ceasefire and the withdrawal of Israeli forces to the east away from populated areas. Israeli forces will then be positioned along the Gaza border, and which will allow for the swap of prisoners as well as the swap of remains and the return of the displaced people to their residences. This will also facilitate the travel of wounded and sick people in order to receive treatment. Phase 1 also includes an increased flow of relief and humanitarian aid to all parts of the Gaza Strip, as well as the rehabilitation of hospitals, health centers, bakeries, and allowing the entry of fuel and civil defense equipment, as well as basic necessities for displaced people who lost their houses as a result of the war. In phase 1, Hamas will be releasing 33 Israeli captives, including civilian women and female recruits, as well as children, elderly people, as well as civilian ill people and wounded, in return for a number of prisoners who are being held in Israeli prisons. Regarding phases 2 and 3, the details will be finalized during the implementation of phase 1. The state of Qatar reaffirms the necessity of both sides committing to the implementation of all 3 stages of the agreement in order to prevent civilian bloodshed and in order to shield our region from the consequences of this conflict and ensure that we have lasting peace in the region. Qatar will continue its joint efforts with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America to ensure that all sides are following through with their commitments and engagements and ensure that all 3 stages will be implemented. We look forward to seeing regional and international efforts coming together in order to assist with relief and humanitarian aid and supporting the United Nations in its attempts to enter aid into the Gaza Strip. Qatar will spare no effort to offer help to the families in the Gaza Strip and doing everything that's necessary to alleviate the suffering of the residents of the Strip. Since October 8th, we in the state of Qatar saved no effort with the constant under the constant and watchful eye of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. We worked day and night in order to reach this moment. And since our mediation efforts succeeded last November to guarantee the release of 109 hostages in return for a number of Palestinian prisoners, we have been working continuously in order to prevent bloodshed and put an end to the war machine and restore hope for our region in a prosperous future that will allow our people to dream of a better future. For 411 days, meetings and contacts continued with our partners and both sides of the conflict until we reached this long-awaited moment today. However, today begins a responsibility for both sides, who will be supported by the international community and the mediators in order to achieve complete success. And this is what we will be focusing on in the coming days and weeks. I would also like to express our thanks to all our partners in the region and internationally for their support to our efforts all the way until we reach this deal. And in conclusion, I would also like to remind our brothers in the Gaza Strip that Qatar will continue to offer support to our brothers in Palestine, and that this happens under the close watch and the watchful eye of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, day and night, hour by hour, and minute by minute. We would like to tell them we give thanks to Allah for bringing us to this moment today, and hopefully this will be the last page in the days of the war. We would also like to call upon all sides to fully commit to all the articles of this agreement and to continue implementing these procedures and measures in accordance with the agreement. The state of Qatar will continue working jointly with its partners in order to make sure that this deal is implemented in full and that calm returns to the Gaza Strip in a sustainable manner, and we will never give up the people of Gaza. Thank you. First question, Sky News.
Hakim from Sky News. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. You, as you say, have been working on this deal for many months. And the question is, why now? Why this moment? And was it pressure from the incoming Trump administration that got it over the line? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hilda, for this question. Actually, we've been raising the question of the right moment for the entire period since the collapse of the first phase. But we have seen a momentum that started to build in the last month, and we kept pushing for that, working together very closely with our partners. And I can say that what we have seen from the US in the past few days, seeing a collaboration transcending both administration was a clear demonstration for the commitment of the US to reach to that deal. And I really would like to thank both the envoys who are here with us in the last couple of days, and they played a vital role in reaching to this moment. And of course, for us and Egypt, this is something that we are a stakeholder in that conflict, that we have to do it and we have to help and to support. But we have seen the steps that's been taken recently from the US has yielded to this moment.
CNN.
Thank you very much indeed, and to Steve Witkoff, who's Becky Anderson from CNN. Congratulations to you, and to Steve Witkoff, who is also here in the room. How much confidence do you have that the deal will progress beyond phase one, sir?
Well, we have faith, Becky, that brought us to this moment, and I think that's the most important part, that we are committed. We will continue to do everything we can, everything possible, together with our partners to ensure that this deal is implemented as it's agreed, and this deal will bring us peace, hopefully, at the end of it. I believe that it all depends on the parties of the agreement and acting in good faith in that agreement in order to ensure that no collapse happening to that deal.
Can I just follow up? What mechanisms are in place to ensure that neither side breaks the ceasefire?
There is a follow-up mechanism that Egypt, Qatar, and US are going to handle. It will be placed in Cairo, and this follow-up actually will be a joint team from the three countries that will monitor the implementation of the agreement, and everything is being agreed upon and will be in place hopefully on the day of the execution.
Thank you.
Reuters.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Congratulations, Andrew Mills from Reuters. Can you talk a little bit more about this follow-up mechanism? If elements of the agreement put in place tonight are violated, what will happen? Who is it that is going to report and that a violation has happened? And how will that violation be communicated to the parties, the world, the guarantors of this agreement? Thank you.
Well, this is what I have just mentioned to Becky. There will be a follow-up mechanism that all the parties will be placed in Egypt, and they will follow up the implementation of the agreement. There will be a reporting mechanism for any violation, and those violations will be addressed at a very early stage. Look, we expect from the parties to adhere to the agreement. We expect the parties to stay committed to what they have committed themselves to in that agreement. But we know that these kind of agreements are very complex and will have some issues down the line. And we are ready, and we will stay committed to address those issues ahead of time.
And Prime Minister, just as a follow-up, the last truce that was in place in November 2023 did fall apart on the 8th day. What has changed in this agreement that will ensure that this is less likely to fall apart than that agreement was?
Well, the agreement on November was to build the momentum in order to lead for a longer-term agreement, which we have today. But unfortunately, the agreement in November was very transactional, so it was like a day by day. But this agreement has a clear mechanism for the first 42 days, and there's a clear mechanism to negotiate phase 2 and 3, and all the details of the agreements will be published in the next couple of days once the details are finalized.
السؤال الرابع والأخير قناة الجزيرة العربية.
Your Excellency, Adnan Bourina from Al Jazeera. Question number 1. Do you think that this agreement will lead to a permanent ceasefire? In other words, do you believe the guarantees are strong enough to ensure that Israel will commit to all articles of the agreement? Question 2. Between today and Sunday, what will the situation be like in the Gaza Strip? And question 3, if you allow me, what contributed to the success of the mediation this time around, and what did Qatar offer this time, and what will Qatar's role be like in the implementation of the agreement? Truth be told, you had me lost because I was focused on question number 1. Can you please go over the questions again? Question number 1, do you believe that this time the deal will lead to a permanent ceasefire? All right, wait here and then you'll ask the other questions later. Regarding the implementation of this agreement, first off, like I said, the implementation depends upon the parties as well as the goodwill of the parties, and this is what we are hoping. Of course, regarding the guarantees, the best guarantee would be the commitment of all parties to the agreement and the articles of the agreement. In addition, there are guarantees provided by the guarantors and the mediators of this agreement that will guarantee the continuation of negotiations throughout the first phase, while we wait for phase 2, where we will be announcing the complete withdrawal and the end of the war. A series of measures will be taken in the next few days in order to reinforce and shield this agreement. Between today and Sunday, when the agreement enters into force, what will the situation be like in the Gaza Strip? Of course, we ask that the situation be calm between today and Sunday. However, the parties recognize that the agreement requires a couple of days in order for its articles to be implemented correctly and for the engagements therein to be honored. And we hope that over the next few days, there will not be any aggressions or any military operations. Last question, what is it that ensured the success of the mediation efforts this time? What role did Qatar play, and what will Qatar's role be like in the future? As I mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, it all goes back to the parties of the agreement. We in Qatar and our partners in the Arab Republic of Egypt, at the end of the day, we are mediators. We are trying to bring viewpoints closer together and bridge any gaps between the two sides. Of course, the success of the agreement depends on a number of factors, and there are a number of variables that are happening around this. I cannot go into the details. However, as I stated earlier, in the past few days, there were some serious efforts by all partners. We were all working as a single team in order to come up to the agreement that was reached today. We had back-to-back meetings over the past 4 days. We were communicating continuously at those meetings in the presence of the Qatari delegation, the Egyptian delegation, as well as the American delegation, and of course the presence of two parties to the conflict. And thankfully today we managed to reach this stage.
The United States of America. This is the White House where President Joe Biden is speaking.
A hostage deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas. For more than 15 months of conflict that began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th, more than 15 months of terror for the hostages, their families, the Israeli people, more than 15 months of suffering by the innocent people of Gaza. Fighting in Gaza will stop, and soon the hostages will return home to their families. The elements of this deal were what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in phase 1 as well. And the Vice President and I cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during phase one, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods in all the areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And the innocent people can have a greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get phase two, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase one to phase two, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt, and we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes. Then, when phase two begins, there will be an exchange for release of the remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and all remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn from Gaza, and the temporary ceasefire will become permanent. And finally, phase three, any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families, and a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin. This is the ceasefire agreement I introduced last spring. Today, Hamas and Israel have agreed to that ceasefire agreement and the whole ending the war. You know, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. And we reached this point because of the pressure that Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar, was killed. Hamas's strongest supporter, Iran, launched attacks on Israel. And those attacks failed after my administration organized a coalition of nations to stop them. And after I ordered the U.S. ships and planes to come to Israel's defense, we also shaped Israel's strong and calibrated response, destroying Iran's air defenses, but avoiding an escalatory cycle of an all-out war. The United States also organized a coalition of 20 countries to stand up to attacks by the Houthis, including their missile attacks in Israel. Then Hezbollah, another of Hamas's strongest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed. With our support, Israel negotiated a ceasefire with them, and after that, Lebanon finally elected a new president who's not beholden to Hezbollah, and he can begin a new chapter for the Lebanese people. All told, these developments in the region, which the United States helped to shape, changed the equation. And so now, the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker. Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. Hezbollah is badly degraded. And after more than 15 months of war, Hamas's senior leaders are dead. Thousands of Hamas fighters are dead. And the military formations have been destroyed. With nowhere to turn, Hamas finally agreed to releasing hostages. You know, there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. In this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen, including an extraordinary team of American diplomats who have worked nonstop for months to get this done. Secretary Blinken led the effort. Secretary Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Bill Burns, John Feiner, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, and the Vice President worked relentlessly as we work to deliver this deal. I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been a time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's genuine opportunities for a new future. In Lebanon, there's an opportunity for a future, free from the grip of Hezbollah. In Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. And for the Palestinian people, a credible pathway to a state of their own. And for the region, a future of normalization, integration of Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. At the G20 in Delhi in September 23, I rallied key countries behind a vision of an economic corridor from India across the Middle East to Europe. That vision can now become a reality. There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But we're handing off then to the next team a real opportunity for a better future for the Middle East. I hope they will take it. Let me close with this. My friend for years in the United States Senate, former Senator George Mitchell, who did so much to forge peace in Northern Ireland, once said about diplomacy, he said, it is a 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. Well, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began its terrible war. We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks. We've not given up. And now, after more than 400 days of struggle, a day of success has arrived. God bless all the hostages and their families. May God protect the troops of all those who work for peace.
Mr. President, how do you see the future of Gaza now? As you were saying, the implementation of this deal will be in the hands of the next administration. And basically, they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also, how much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump is already taking credit for it.
Well, you know, this is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact. And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly, I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team, so I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do. Thank you.
In the, how many Americans will be released when the hostages are being released?
All the exact detail of how many people are being held, how many bodies will be returned and less, will all be forthcoming. All of it, all of it. Thank you.
This deal will hold.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Books credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
Well, it is over the line. After painstaking and precarious diplomacy, a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas, brokered by the US, as we've seen, but also by Egypt and Qatar, has been signed off. And I guess the desperate hope now is that after 15 months of bloodshed in Israel, in Gaza, of course, in particular, that there can be a lasting ceasefire, and that moves from an aspiration to a reality. So just to recap on the details of what had been announced today by the Prime Minister of Qatar in that press conference, and then, of course, reiterated by President Biden, it's a three-phase ceasefire deal agreed. It's going to start on Sunday, the 19th of January. The first phase, lasting 42 days, will be a temporary ceasefire, the return of 33 hostages released back, swapped for a number of prisoners as well being held by Israel. Phase 2 then becomes the permanent end to the war, as President Biden said, where all the hostages are released. Phase 3, the reconstruction plan for Gaza, and then the remains of the hostages who have died to be returned as well. The Qatari Prime Minister also emphasising that any violations will be addressed in an early stage, with, of course, the hope that this will prove to be a more lasting ceasefire than ones we've seen before. Well, we can bring in now our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who is outside the White House for us. We've just heard, of course, from President Joe Biden, very keen to take credit for this ceasefire deal.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Sophie, from Washington, D.C., where it's just gone 2 p.m. It's 10 p.m. In Doha and 9 p.m. in Jerusalem and in Gaza, where this historic moment will have such a huge impact, if, of course, it holds. We heard first in what was a highly choreographed moment from the Qatari Prime Minister, who spoke in Doha, outlining the details of a deal that he and his country have been so pivotal to bring about. And as soon as he had finished speaking here in Washington, D.C., we heard from the outgoing President, Joe Biden, flanked by his Vice President, Kamala Harris, and his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, again outlining the details of a deal. He said there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal, and I am deeply satisfied that this day has come. And he quoted the veteran negotiator George Mitchell, who helped bring about peace in Northern Ireland, and quoting him saying, "It's 700 days of failure and 1 day of success." Of course, 1 day of success to bring about the moment where they have agreed a ceasefire. But the very, very hard work comes now. As you say, the ceasefire will not begin until Sunday. That is still a few days away. And so we have days where both sides could try to make moves, to do things that they feel might be in their interests. That could be very, very difficult. Certainly the days ahead before Sunday could be difficult. I think one thing that is very interesting is the extent to which this was the success of the outgoing American administration or the incoming American administration. It was noteworthy that in his answer to the Qatari Prime Minister, in answering a question by Sky's my colleague Galda Hakim, he was quite careful in his words in answering the extent to which this was down to Donald Trump and the incoming team. He said, what I can say is that we have seen from the Americans collaboration transcending, which helped to reach this deal. And the Qatari Prime Minister thanked both sides. It was interesting that Steve Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's man for the Middle East, not yet, of course, formally confirmed, but fascinatingly has already been part of the negotiations, working hand in glove with Brett McGurk, his counterpart in the Biden administration. He was in the room in Qatar to listen to that announcement being made. So I think we can say with a degree of confidence that both sides should and will claim significant credit for what has unfolded here. The outgoing Biden administration, the incoming Trump administration, although, as you can expect, both of them are basically claiming all the credit. We heard it there just now from President Biden saying that it was America's work over many months in terms of negotiating and helping the region to be molded to the state that it is now in, with Iran so severely degraded in terms of its proxies in Lebanon and Syria, of course, completely changed over the course of the past few months. Biden is saying that is because of America. Trump, in a statement, and we will probably hear from him in person at some point later, is claiming all the credit as well, saying that it is his negotiating tactics that have brought about this. But you know what? I guess the whole thing is summed up by a word I got from someone I've been in touch with for quite some time in Gaza. I messaged him a few moments ago, a regular guy, 21 years old. He said, "I can't believe that I was able to make it. I am alive." That, I think, sums up this very historic moment, a ceasefire in Gaza, the release of hostages that will come as soon as Sunday or Monday, a huge moment indeed.
Yeah, it certainly does. Mark, thank you very much indeed. Mark Stone there at the White House. And we can go now to Doha because our presenter, our world presenter, Yalda Hakim, was in the press conference. She asked the first question of the Qatari Prime Minister when he was announcing the framework of that ceasefire deal. I think she joins us now on the phone. Yalda, what do you make of what has been announced today?
Well, Sophie, as Mark was saying there, a really, truly historic moment. If this ceasefire can hold, and there is a massive if, because, of course, this whole process is incredibly complicated. There are multiple phases to this. As we've been hearing, 42 days is the initial phase. That's roughly 6 weeks. We're expecting 33 hostages to be released in that phase. On the other side, in Israel, the family members are waiting for their hostages to arrive safely. Of course, they have been under intense bombardment in Gaza and living under Hamas control, another militia group, for the last 15 months. So there is huge questions around the health of these hostages, how many of them are alive. That sort of detail hasn't yet come out. Obviously, the two sides have some of those details, but they haven't actually been made public in terms of who exactly these hostages are. We know that the first phase will include women, children, the elderly, those who have injuries, those who need to be hospitalized and are ill. But this is such a significant, monumental moment. And as you say, I'm currently in Doha, in Qatar. This country, this very small nation, has been pivotal to the negotiations. They were crucial in November 2023 when we saw just over 100 hostages released then, where we saw those moving images of the Red Cross convoy bringing out women and children, some of the elderly in that very first phase. And that collapsed after about 8 days. And then we saw the violence continue with 46,000 plus Palestinians killed as a result of this 15-month conflict. And this is not just respite and a big sigh of relief for the families of the hostages who will be going home, those who are alive, but also for the 1.92 million Palestinians who have been living in utter devastation for the last 15 months. We've seen Gaza completely flattened. So many questions asked about the way that Israel has prosecuted this conflict. And of course, the big questions around humanitarian aid. But there is one thing that there is no doubt around, and speaking to officials here on the ground, is very clear that the pressure coming in from the incoming Trump administration played a crucial role. And that is a question I put to the Qatari Prime Minister when I said that is it that pressure that got this over the line? Because this particular deal is no different to the deal that the Biden administration has been pushing from at least May of last year. And yet there was a number of spanners in the work. Let's have a listen to that grab of me asking the question from the Prime Minister.
Congratulations. This is a huge moment. You, as you say, have been working on this deal for many months. And the question is, why now? Why this moment? And was it pressure from the incoming Trump administration that got it over the line? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Yalda, for this question. Actually, we've been raising the question of the right moment for the entire period since the collapse of the first phase. But we have seen a momentum that started to build in the last month, and we kept pushing for that, working together very closely with our partners. And I can say that what we have seen from the U.S. in the past few days, seeing a collaboration transcending both administration, was a clear demonstration for the commitment of the U.S. to reach to that deal. And I really would like to thank both the envoys who are here with us in the last couple of days, and they played a vital role in reaching to this moment. And of course, for us and Egypt, this is something that we are a stakeholder in that conflict, that we have to do it and we have to help and support. But we have seen the steps that's been taken recently from the U.S. has yielded to this moment.
Sophie, you were just listening there to the Qatari Prime Minister. In the last 10 minutes or so, when I put that question to him, we were holed up in that room for about 2 or 3 hours. And we were told at one point, about an hour in, that he was 5 minutes away and he was going to make this announcement and confirm that the ceasefire had been approved. And then suddenly silence, and we were waiting and waiting. And then we were told by the Qatari officials that there are still some issues that need to be ironed out. And then, of course, we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister's office that they had raised a number of concerns. But in this moment, in this very historic moment that so many people have been waiting for over the course of the last 15 months, tonight there will be much celebration in Gaza, in Israel, after 15 months of violence and turmoil, where we saw 46,000 Palestinians killed. We saw over 250 hostages at one point after October 7 held in Gaza, and 33 of those over the course of the next 42 days will be coming home, and with the hope that this ceasefire will hold, humanitarian aid will get to the much needed and desperate people of Gaza. And hopefully this ends, as the Qatari Prime Minister said, this very violent, brutal chapter that has devastated Gaza, flattened Gaza, and left half of the number of people that I said had been killed are children. Many of them have been left orphans as well in Gaza. So it really is a historic moment. And when I spoke to the Qatari Prime Minister, I sat down with him when the Emir of Qatar was on a state visit to the UK about 6 weeks ago, and he gave an exclusive interview to Sky News. I asked him about this deal, and I put to him whether the Trump administration, after the November 5th election, had asked for a deal to be brokered before inauguration. And he confirmed it then, and he confirmed it again this evening when he said that the pressure, the momentum that was built over the course of the last month has led them to this point. The big question now is, will this ceasefire hold? Because it is incredibly complex. It isn't just one phase, it's multiple phases, and it is then the responsibility of the leadership in this region, as well as the international community, to ensure that there is some path to long-term peace. And I guess the other interesting thing to observe is whether the Trump administration will take an active role to ensure that there is long-term peace in the region for the Palestinian people as well as the Israelis.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it, Yalda? And also just giving that insight into the stop-start nature of the news conference in Qatar, it just makes you realise how down to the wire this was, how fragile, how precarious the negotiations were. You know, you've covered this conflict for 15 months, the bloodshed, the anger, the grief. Do you get the sense that this is different? This is, as you say, that historic moment where we could get a lasting peace?
Yeah, absolutely, Sophie. As you say, I mean, the stop-start nature of the press conference in the last moment, to hear that the Israeli Prime Minister had asked various questions around it. He is answerable to his public, to his cabinet. Equally, Hamas wants to see what it can get out of this deal. There was so much hanging, for both sides in this. And the big push from the Qataris, the Egyptians, the Americans, trying to get this over the line. And don't forget, these are not groups who are all sitting in the one room. They are now at least in the one country. They're all here in Qatar, and we saw the American officials. Donald Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, was here, as well as President Biden's, Brett McGurk. These are very complicated, sensitive negotiations where both sides want to get the most out of it. And they weren't sitting across from each other in the room talking. The various different groups, the Americans, the Qataris, were shuttling between the two groups. Last-minute changes, silence that we heard from Hamas yesterday. On Monday, I was told that this would be announced on Tuesday. When we arrived here, and we rushed to get here on Tuesday for the announcement, only to wait all night and to be told that actually there's silence now from Hamas's side. And I guess for Hamas, there is the office here in Qatar, where the political office is based and where they're having these negotiations sitting across from the Americans and talking to the Qataris and the Egyptians. But there's also the Hamas leadership in Gaza. And as much as the discussions are taking place here in Doha, it's the Hamas militants in Gaza that need to agree to handing over the hostages, for example, to bringing an end to their side of the violence. So all of that was adding layers of complication to get the message. And it isn't just about picking up a phone and calling, the militants in Gaza and telling them to agree to this deal. Because of the nature of the conflict and because the leadership is underground, and given that so many of their leaders over the course of the last 15 months have been killed, getting that information to them is also incredibly complicated. So there are so many layers of complication to just getting messages to the right people to get them all to agree. Just gives you a sense of just how difficult this has been and why it's taken so long. With all the different characters and personalities and all the different people, trying to derail these negotiations, it has been a long and frustrating and, bloody 15 months.
Yalda, thank you very much indeed. Yalda Hakim there, reporting for us from Doha at that press conference with the Qatari Prime Minister. And if you are, of course, just joining us, a ceasefire deal is over the line between Israel and Hamas, brokered by the US, by Egypt and Qatar. The first phase involves a 42-day ceasefire beginning Sunday, the release of 33 hostages in a prisoner swap with Hamas and with Israel. And then in phase 2 and phase 3, tentatively, hopefully, a plan for a potentially lasting peace. Well, joining us now is the Trade and Economic Security Minister, Douglas Alexander. It feels like it could be, we hope, a historic day. What's your reaction?
Of course we hope it is a new dawn after what's been a terrible, long, dark night of suffering for many innocent Palestinians, of course for the hostages and for their families, and the many innocent victims of what's been an appalling 15 months since Hamas perpetrated their crime back on October the 7th.
And I guess some people looking at this will be, there's been so much bloodshed. You just talked about it there, the devastation of Gaza, the hostages in tunnels for all of this time, their families not knowing if they were alive or dead. This deal has been on the table for a long time. Why has it taken this long?
Because negotiations are very hard. You were dealing with state and non-state actors, people like both of the envoys that were mentioned, and I think it's a tribute to both the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration that for once, in a highly polarised situation in the United States, they were working hand in glove to get this deal over the line. But as you say, they were working with the Egyptian government, with the Qataris, who deserve a lot of credit for convening this deal, and ultimately in Hamas and in the government of Israel. This was as complicated and challenging a set of negotiating partners as one could imagine. The depth of emotion, the depth of suffering, the depth of jeopardy that was associated with this horrific conflict over recent months meant that you needed the painful, difficult and often apparently hopeless diplomatic efforts that tonight seem to have yielded that result.
You said there about the Joe Biden and the Donald Trump teams working together on this. I guess that is true, but they are also both trying to claim credit for it as well. Is it a bit undignified?
I honestly couldn't care less, in the sense that success has many fathers and mothers. The reality is the substance of what is being announced tonight matters much more. Having observed over the peace the efforts of the Biden administration, I think it was entirely right for the president to pay tribute not just to Jake Sullivan as National Security Advisor, Bill Burns, the CIA Director, Tony Blinken in particular, the Secretary of State, who over almost 400 days have just kept going. They've kept working when objectively the circumstances seemed hopeless. But it's right to say that, of course, it was good that both the envoys, the incoming envoy and the existing envoy, were in the room with the Qataris, as we heard from the Qatari Prime Minister earlier today.
You'll get this as a former international development, I should say, Secretary. Are you confident that aid agencies will now be able to get into Gaza, and how important is that?
Well, it has been a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza over the last 14 months. And one of the deep tragedies layered on other tragedies has been the inability either for aid or for aid workers to be able to get access to the unimaginable levels of suffering. After a previous IDF incursion in Gaza, when I was Development Secretary, I travelled into Gaza in the immediate aftermath of the intervention and saw for myself at that stage the scale of the devastation. But at least at that stage, the UNRWA Relief Organisation was still functioning and capable of distributing that aid. So I welcome the announcement this evening. The humanitarian effort is ready to be mobilised, but what needed to be unlocked was the security and political situation to allow the humanitarian community to get to work. It is an immediate responsibility to deliver aid to the suffering, but let's be under no illusion, if you like, the ceasefire that we are looking at being announced in the coming days is the foundation on which we need to see a political prospectus emerge. And in that sense, that's the only durable basis on which we'll be able to see the rebuilding of Gaza.
You see, this is the key, isn't it? Like you say, the kind of political solution. This is the only way to get a lasting peace. I mean,
Sure.
This is what history tells us time and time again is the difficult bit. Do you think there's been enough focus on that?
Well, I think you needed the ceasefire in order to enable the political conversation. But one of the questions that has been asked repeatedly of the Israeli government was what was their day after plan? If you like, who did they ultimately want to be running Gaza once they had finished the military action that we're seeing come to a conclusion now? I listened very carefully to the announcement of the President and indeed to the Qatari Prime Minister. There are still unanswered questions, frankly, as to what will be the character of the governance structures in Gaza. But frankly, that is for tomorrow. Tonight, we should feel a huge sense of relief that after many, many months of tireless diplomatic efforts, we have seen the progress that so many of us had wanted to see. But the ceasefire, by character and definition, is temporary. If you like, if you want a durable peace on which you could see in the future a viable Palestinian state alongside a secure Israel, then the diplomatic work has to continue, notwithstanding tonight feeling like, if you like, a glimpse of light in a very dark sky.
Yeah, we'll take that for now, right?
Absolutely.
You said that, look, you pay tribute to the Biden administration, that the fact that this is a deal that obviously he fleshed out a long time ago and designed. At the same time, though, it can't be a coincidence that this is over the line in the days before Donald Trump becomes president. Do you think almost the kind of spectre of Trump is finally getting some things moving?
Listen, it's not for me to attribute credit or blame. I think we should all just feel in our common humanity a sense of relief. After many, many months of unimaginable suffering, we've got progress. Of course, people will be claiming credit. Frankly, I care much less about who claims credit than the substance of what that credit represents, which is, frankly, a new sense of possibility after many, many days in which objectively the situation was not just one of human suffering, but felt diplomatically hopeless. All of the diplomats from whichever side who have been part of securing this ceasefire deserve the credit.
Your job is trade, right? That's what you've been tasked to do in this government. How are you going to be approaching Donald Trump and the US in that?
Well, we want to deepen our economic partnership with the United States as surely as we want to reset our relationships with the European Union. If you look at the 5 largest trading partners of the United Kingdom, as well as China, they're 3 members of the European Union and, of course, the United States. So we have a strong interest in talking directly to the incoming president, as surely as we've been talking to the incoming European Commission, and we're looking forward to taking forward that work with the new president.
At the same time, there might be a bit of a conflict between those two things, though, right?
Well, listen, there's a lot of
other.
speculation, but let's at least have the conversations. And in that sense, in the statement that the Prime Minister gave to the Liaison Committee in the House of Commons just before Christmas, or the earlier Mansion House speech, he was very clear that as a government, we don't want to have to choose in a binary, polarised fashion between talking to the United States or talking to Europe. We want to be out there talking to all of our economic partners.
OK, Douglas Alexander, good to have you on the programme this evening. Douglas Alexander there. Well, as you will no doubt be hearing, a ceasefire deal has been agreed between Israel and Hamas. It will begin on Sunday. It's been brokered by the US, by Qatar and also by Egypt. Let's get the latest from our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's in Jerusalem for us. Alistair, what's your reaction to this announcement?
Well, after more than 467 days of fighting, 15.5 months. It's been a long time since those Hamas attacks on October the 7th, a long time for the families of the hostages still being held inside Gaza, 94 of them, and a long time, of course, for the people of Gaza. More than 46,000 Palestinians have been killed in the last year and a half. There have been multiple attempts to try and broker a ceasefire deal, but every single time they've failed. But the geography and the dynamics in this region have changed in a way that nobody would have predicted. Who would have foreseen Israel and Iran attacking each other directly? Who would have foreseen the downfall of President Bashar al-Assad? Who would have foreseen events that have taken place in Lebanon? And I think there's been a multitude of factors that have led us to this stage, not just the longevity of the war and the fact that, privately Israeli commanders have told me they feel that they have done their job in Gaza and it's now time for the political process to start. Hamas has realized that it doesn't have the support from the Iranian axis in the way that they hoped when they launched those murderous attacks 15.5 months ago. And no doubt, the election of President Donald Trump back to the White House has put pressure both on Hamas and on Benjamin Netanyahu to come to this deal, and this deal has eventually been reached. It still needs to be ratified by the Israeli Security Cabinet. We expect that cabinet to sit tomorrow, and we expect it to be approved despite opposition from some extreme right-wing ministers within the cabinet. There'll also be a process through the Supreme Court here in Israel that will allow anybody who objects to the deal, particularly objects to the release of some of the prisoners from the Palestinian side coming out of Israeli jails. But again, that is expected to pass without a hiccup. And so, all being well, on Sunday, there will finally be some peace. Whether it is peace that can last beyond the first phase of 42 days, we don't know yet. Those are discussions that will take place during the middle of the first phase. But the mediators are committed to it, the wider world is committed to it, and we'll have to see whether Israel and Hamas are also committed to an enduring peace in Gaza.
Well, that's the key question, isn't it, Alistair? And just as you were speaking, we've had a line come through to say that the acting chief of Hamas in Gaza, Khalil al-Hayya, says Israel failed to achieve its goals in Gaza. What do you make of that statement? Do you think it perhaps reflects that this is a fragile agreement that's been brokered?
I'd expect to hear spin and claims of victory from both sides in the coming hours. But when it comes to Hamas in Gaza, I would say, two things. Firstly, this week, 9 Israeli soldiers have been killed in 2 separate incidents in northern Gaza. That itself is proof that Hamas still retains fighting capability. And tonight, amid the celebrations amongst Palestinians in Gaza, there have also been Hamas gunmen out on the streets, armed, in balaclavas, again proving they are not defeated. But they are not the force they were. They can barely launch missiles into Israel. At the beginning of this war, they could launch hundreds a day into Israel, reaching up to Jerusalem here. There is the occasional rocket that comes out of Gaza, but it's shot down pretty quickly. Their leaders, Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh, have both been assassinated, along with senior commanders like Mohammed Daif. They are a severely degraded force. They are a force that could not carry out an attack on Israel in the way that they did on October the 7th. But in the days after October the 7th, Benjamin Netanyahu vowed total victory and the total destruction of Hamas. That has not been achieved. And so Israel, if this ceasefire is to move through the multiple phases, and if this ceasefire is to be enduring, Israel and Israelis will have to live with the fact that there are still remnants of Hamas. But what influence Hamas has going forward in the Gaza Strip, both politically and as a militant resistance force, that is very much still up for question.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. Alistair Bunkle reporting there for us from Jerusalem. Well, there's been an awful lot of international reaction. We heard, of course, first from the Qataris, so central in brokering the ceasefire, and then from the Americans as well. Again, this was an agreement that was designed by the outgoing President Joe Biden, but the incoming President Donald Trump can also be seen to have played a role in it as well, it getting over the line just days before he enters the White House. And we have also heard from the British Prime Minister too, Keir Starmer, who's released a statement to say after months of devastating bloodshed and countless lives lost, this is the long overdue news that the Israeli and Palestinian people have desperately been waiting for. They've borne the brunt of this conflict, triggered by the brutal terrorists of Hamas, who committed the deadliest massacre of Jewish people since the Holocaust on October the 7th, 2023. The hostages, who were brutally ripped from their homes on that day and held captive in unimaginable conditions ever since, can now finally return to their families. But we should also use this moment to pay tribute to those who won't make it home, including the British people who were murdered by Hamas. We will continue to mourn and remember them. For the innocent Palestinians whose homes turned into a war zone overnight and the many who have lost their lives, this ceasefire must allow for a huge surge in humanitarian aid, which is so desperately needed to end the suffering in Gaza. And then our attention must turn to how we secure a permanently better future for the Israeli and Palestinian people, grounded in a two-state solution that will guarantee security and stability for Israel alongside a sovereign and viable Palestine state. The UK and its allies will continue to be at the forefront of these crucial efforts to break the cycle of violence and secure long-term peace in the Middle East. We can bring in our political correspondent now, Ali Fortescue. And Ali, I've been reflecting, at times like this, Britain can feel like a bit of a bit part player when you look at the countries who have been involved in the war or the countries who brokered the agreement. But, this is a war and a conflict that has, left a kind of deep stain on our nation as well. You can see that by the passions, the anger, the grief that people in this country have felt, the effect on the election. There's got to be a hope that somehow that may change.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it obviously matters for politicians and for everyone here as well, as you say, for a range of reasons. I mean, there are people in this country with a family in Israel, in Gaza. We know that it, of course, matters for foreign policy, for, the whole geopolitical tilt, what this means, not just in the Middle East, but well beyond that, as you say, in the US. And, of course, it matters in terms of Keir Starmer, but as you said, there is politics here too. We have seen that it can sway votes in an election. And it did take quite a while, I think, to get the Prime Minister's response. I think all the parties have been quite careful with their wording because, yes, we know that it looks like there is a deal, but it is fragile. The talk of a deal is not the same as the implementation of a deal, and there's no kind of guarantee on long-lasting peace. So I think we heard Keir Starmer, you read his statement there. He says it's long overdue news. He says our attention must now turn to how we secure a permanently better future for the Israeli and Palestinian people. I think he's been careful with his words. We haven't yet heard, I should say, from Kemi Bade, not from the conversations I've had. I think her team really wanted to make sure that they were certain that this deal had been reached before. So I suspect we will hear something from the Conservatives at some point. I should say, we have heard from some of the smaller parties. Ed Davey was out very quickly saying that this was a moment of hope, but we must look back on this moment as the first step on the road to a lasting peace. And he talked about the need for a two-state solution. So he sort of makes the main point there, this is the first step. And I think we're going to hear a lot of caution from prime ministers and politicians here.
Yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it? Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali Fortescue there, our political correspondent. Well, in the last few minutes, the Israeli President, Isaac Herzog, has been speaking in an address to the nation. He said, "My sisters and brothers, citizens of Israel, we are at a most crucial moment. For hundreds of days, our sisters and brothers have been held and tormented by vile murderers after the state of Israel failed in its duty and the most basic covenant between a state and its citizens when it did not protect them and did not prevent their abduction. Now we have an obligation to take a step towards righting this. I offer my support to the Prime Minister and the negotiation team in their efforts to finalise this deal and call upon the Cabinet and the Government of Israel to accept and approve it when presented, bringing our sons and daughters home. As the President of the State of Israel, I say in the clearest terms, this is the right move, this is an important move, this is a necessary move. There is no greater moral, human, Jewish or Israeli obligation than to bring our sons and daughters back to us, whether to recover at home or to be laid to rest. The Israeli president speaking there in the last few moments. And really there, I think, reflecting perhaps that the Israeli committees do have to pass this through. The diplomacy and the politics haven't been finalised yet. Well, joining us now to discuss this further is Sir William Patey, the former British ambassador to Saudi Arabia, the head of the Middle East Department at the Foreign Office. Thank you for being with us this evening. Great to get your thoughts and your expertise here. How confident are you that this could be a lasting peace?
Well, it's not a lasting peace. It's the beginning of a process, a 6-week ceasefire, which is to lead to a second phase. I mean, a lasting peace would be Israel and Palestine living side by side in secure states with mutual recognition. That's a long, long way away. But this is an absolutely necessary first step to bring an end to the killing and the conflict, and to allow humanitarian supplies into Israel, into Gaza, getting the hostages home to Israel. I mean, this has been a long time in the making, as your correspondents have said. This very deal was first mooted by Joe Biden last May. Members of the Netanyahu government have been very resistant to this deal. They've had different objectives in Gaza. People like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, the right-wing ministers, have talked about re-establishing settlements in Gaza and occupying Gaza and preventing Palestinians from returning to their homes. So it seems that Netanyahu has been prepared to call their bluff under considerable pressure from the United States. And I know people are reluctant to give Donald Trump any credit, but I think the fact that there was a new incoming administration, I think that was the tipping point for Netanyahu, to get Netanyahu over the line, because this deal has been on the cards for many, many months and could have been done any time in the last 8 months.
You see, this is the key, isn't it? Of course, President Joe Biden's right when he says, look, he designed this deal, it's his deal. But it can't be a coincidence that it's finally got over the line just days before Donald Trump enters the White House. What do you think it is about the idea of Donald Trump, or the spectre of Donald Trump, that, as you say, did get Netanyahu over the line?
Well, I think, Netanyahu was able, knowing that there was a new administration coming, he didn't have to do any deals with the outgoing administration because they would be yesterday's men as of the 21st of January. So he knows he's going to have to be dealing with Donald Trump for the next 4 years. So that makes a difference. Clearly, Donald Trump's incoming administration has put a lot of pressure on Netanyahu to deliver what certainly Donald Trump will claim as a huge success. The question is, how much pressure are they prepared to put on them going forward? Because a long-term ceasefire, humanitarian aid into Gaza, but at the end of the day, how is Gaza to be run? How is the West Bank to be run? The American administration is still, and our government as well, talking about a two-state solution. Now, that is something certainly Netanyahu's government and the right-wing ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich will oppose to their dying day. The question is can sufficient reassurance be given to the Israelis by the Arab states and by the wider community that their real future lies in a two-state solution, living securely with a peaceful Palestinian state on their borders? We're a long way from that, but this ceasefire, the beginnings of reconstruction in Gaza, the beginnings of humanitarian aid, that's a first step to the long-term future, which is going to be very, very difficult.
You see, this is the key thing, isn't it? And history teaches us the same lessons, doesn't it, every time, that actually it's the political lasting solution, what happens after the fighting stops, that is always the difficult bit, that is always the thing that people fail to get sorted. How, I guess, confident are you that there is a framework to getting some kind of political solution when it comes to Gaza and Israel?
Well, I think the incoming Trump administration will want to build on the Abraham Accords. People will recall the Abraham Accords were where countries like Bahrain, the UAE, Morocco, Sudan, Arab states basically agreed to normalize relations with Israel. The big prize, in addition to countries like Jordan and Egypt, who'd already made peace treaties with Israel, I mean, I think with changes in Syria, with changes in Lebanon, the big prize will be, will they get Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords? And I think Saudi Arabia's price will be a serious start to talks about a two-state solution. So around one of what Donald Trump's administration would have regarded as a previous set, the Abraham Accords, if he wants to build on that, that can be the framework through which a two-state solution is progressed. So I can see a diplomatic pathway there. It won't be easy because we've been talking about a two-state solution for 50 years. But there is a framework that you could see working.
I guess the other thing that I did want to talk to you about there, you mentioned Saudi Arabia, obviously, is the focus is on, rightly, Israel and Hamas, the agreement between them. But it does feel like what we've seen over the last 15 months has almost transformed the Middle East, the entire region. How different do you think the kind of political like the political plates are in that region? I'm thinking about, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon. How much has changed?
Well, the tectonic plates have shifted. I mean, I think, ironically, the horrific Hamas attack on October the 7th has led to a series of events which have culminated in real change, in the possibility of real change in the Middle East. We see Hezbollah seriously weakened in Lebanon. We see the fall of the Assad regime. We see the possibility of the beginnings of a more inclusive government in Syria. We've seen strategic defeat for Iran in Syria and Lebanon. There is the prospect of a different way forward. There is the prospect of reaching out to Iran. In fact, I would say at this moment, as Iran may have suffered a strategic defeat, this is the moment to reach out to them and say, look, now's the time to come back into the nuclear deal. Now is the time to become a normal country within the Middle East with good relationships with your neighbors, lifting of sanctions, giving up nuclear weapons ambitions, being part of a more positive Middle East. All that's out there as a possibility. You'd have to be a naive optimist to think that all that's going to happen. But let's try, certainly as a diplomat, I'd want to take advantage of these new possibilities. The tectonic plates have shifted. Let's make sure that when they settle in a much better place, more peaceful, less conflict.
I mean, no one wants to be a naive optimist, do they? But at the same time, you've got to have a bit of hope in these desperate situations. Just finally, are you optimistic that this ceasefire deal will last longer than the November one that fell apart after, I think, 8 days?
I think so, because the Trump administration will have a lot invested in it. So it has Egypt and Qatar, and they're forming a sort of ceasefire monitoring mechanism. Hamas has been seriously weakened, although they will claim survival for them is victory. But they will want the humanitarian assistance to start flowing in. They will want the beginnings of reconstruction to happen. And they will have used the hostages as their only leverage. I'm reasonably confident. There's lots that could go wrong. And given that there are malign actors on both sides who do not want to see a ceasefire, there are people on the Israeli right who want a continuation of the war so they can achieve their aims of populating Gaza and eliminating the Palestinians. And there'll be people in Hamas for whom war is the better option. But I'm reasonably optimistic that having taken so long to get this, and the fact that the Trump administration will be claiming it as their victory, they will want to invest heavily in ensuring it doesn't fall apart.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your knowledge and expertise. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Well, it is over the line, finally, after some precarious diplomacy that did risk falling apart right at the 11th hour. A ceasefire deal has been agreed between Israel and Hamas, brokered by Egypt, Qatar and also the United States. The outgoing President Joe Biden had this to say earlier.
There was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. And this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen.
Well, after 15 months of bloodshed, of death, of grief, of anger, it feels like that desperate hope that we had of a ceasefire may be moving that bit closer to a reality. It's fragile, it's precarious. What happens in the next days, weeks and months will be, of course, absolutely vital, but we are closer to that point. I can hand you now to Sarah J. Mee as we continue our coverage of this breaking story.
Sophie, thank you very much. Yes, we're following developments in this story throughout the evening and into the night here on Sky News. A significant moment, a pause, a respite for those caught up in this conflict as a longer-term solution still appears some way off. But as Sophie was reflecting there in her programme tonight, some optimism and some hope. It is 8 o'clock, our breaking news tonight here on Sky News. After 15 months of fighting, Israel and Hamas have agreed to a Gaza ceasefire deal. In the last hour, the US President and Qatari's Prime Minister confirmed a framework for an agreement has been put in place, and the ceasefire will begin on Sunday.
It gives us great pleasure in Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to announce the success of the joint mediation efforts and the fact that the two belligerents in the Gaza Strip have reached a deal on the prisoner and the hostage swap and announced a ceasefire in the hopes of reaching a permanent ceasefire between the two sides, as well as allowing the access of large quantities of relief aid to the Palestinian brothers in the Gaza Strip. First off, I would like to thank our partners in the Arab Republic of Egypt, the United States of America, notably the envoy to the Middle East of the President-elect, Steve Witkoff, as well as the MENA coordinator at the U.S. National Security Council, Mr. Brett McGurk, for their efforts that contributed to push these negotiations forward and reach this deal. I would also like to express my deepest thanks and gratitude to our brothers from the Arab Republic of Egypt and His Excellency the Minister Hassan Rashad, who have contributed and made serious efforts in collaboration with their Qatari partners in order to make this deal a success.
Sky's Yalda Hakim was in that room in Doha a few hours ago, listening to that, and joins me now. And Yalda, you were reflecting when asking a question in that news conference that, yes, there were many parties involved in this: Hamas, Israel, Egypt, Qatar, but America as well. And I know that you wanted to get an answer to the fact that, you know, Trump is taking office next week in the United States. And was that the push that was needed to get this deal across the line?
Yeah, I mean, SJ, I spoke to the Qatari Prime Minister about 6 weeks ago, and I asked about a ceasefire in Gaza, and at the time we talked about Donald Trump and whether there was pressure coming from the Trump administration, and he said at the time that yes, that was the case. And so he said the last month or so has been significant. He thanked both President Biden's envoy as well as the incoming President Donald Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff. And, you know, when you speak to diplomats here in the region, they do say that the Trump administration played a huge role. No doubt the Biden administration wants to take credit for this as well, because frankly, it is their deal, the deal that they put together in May of last year, which is the deal that we're seeing now, barring a few minor changes and annexes that both sides have squabbled to put into this deal. It is the Biden administration's deal from May, but neither side came to any kind of agreement. So I put that to the Qatari Prime Minister and just have a listen to what he had to say.
Congratulations. This is a huge moment. You, as you say, have been working on this deal for many months. And the question is, why now? Why this moment? And was it pressure from the incoming Trump administration that got it over the line? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hilda, for this question. Actually, we've been raising the question of the right moment for the entire period since the collapse of the first phase. But we have seen a momentum that started to build in the last month, and we kept pushing for that, working together very closely with our partners. And I can say that what we have seen from the US in the past few days, seeing a collaboration transcending both administrations, was a clear demonstration for the commitment of the US to reach to that deal. And I really would like to thank both the envoys who are here with us in the last couple of days, and they played a vital role in reaching to this moment. And of course, for us and Egypt, this is something that we are a stakeholder in that conflict, that we have to do it and we have to help and to support. But we have seen the steps that's been taken recently from the US has yielded to this moment.
Yalda, as you rightly pointed out, President Biden had this deal on the table from May of last year. And of course, we remember the agreement in November that collapsed after 8 days. What's different about this one? It doesn't come into effect until Sunday. That's a nervous wait for all of those caught up in this, for this to take effect. But what's the feeling about this one being different, this one going the course?
Yeah, SJ, so many similar questions being asked in the room. I asked why this moment. Other journalists asked why this would be different, given the deal in November 2023, where we saw just over 100 hostages released, those moving images of the Red Cross convoy making its way out of Gaza into Israeli territory, those convoys full of Israeli and dual nationals, children, women, the elderly, the sick, making their way out of Gaza. And as you say, within 8 days, that deal collapsed. And there have been significant moments over the course of the last 15 months, but frankly, a lot of criticism of Israel and how they've prosecuted this war. 46,000 plus Palestinians have been left dead. Half of those have been children. And the one thing that Israeli officials have maintained over the course of the last 15 months, certainly every time I've spoken to them, when I've said, what does victory look like to you? They have said the eradication of Hamas. And just yesterday, the outgoing US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said that for the number of Hamas militants that have been killed over the course of the last 15 months, Hamas has managed to recruit just as many. So there is concern that this vicious cycle of violence is going to continue. But there is no doubt that the Trump administration's pressure, and again, like I said, diplomats in the region have said that the Trump officials and the envoys that have been shuttling back and forth to Israel, back to here in Doha, putting pressure on all parties, has played a significant role. And also no doubt that the Trump administration will and has a stake in this. So there is pressure mechanisms that the Qatari Prime Minister has spoken about. But as you say, it is unnerving because there is this wait until Sunday. Donald Trump's inauguration is on Monday, and it is going to be 42 days, roughly 6 weeks, where we will see 33 hostages being released. Now, the makeup of those hostages and who they are is unclear at this stage. What we are being told is that they will be women, there will maybe be some children, there will be the injured. And over the course of these different phases, there will also be the bodies of those Israelis who have died in Gaza. So this is an incredibly complex negotiation. It's an incredibly complex deal. It will involve getting aid convoys, about 600 trucks a day, into Gaza. At one point, I've spoken to officials in Israel who have said, to the north of Israel, to the north of Gaza, there has been criticism because at one point there wasn't even 70 trucks going in. There was concern around famine. So these things will need to be carefully monitored by those on the ground. And of course, the fabric of society in Gaza has also completely collapsed over the course of the last 15 months. There have been reporting of looting, for example, and criminal gangs operating, different militias operating in Gaza as well. All of these things will be watched very carefully. So there is no guarantee that this ceasefire will hold. But tonight, there is hope. And might I also add that the ceasefire doesn't come into effect until Sunday. So the bombardment, the fighting will continue up until that point. We were talking to some of the journalists, Palestinian journalists who were evacuated from Gaza and are here in Doha at the moment. And they have said that they have told colleagues, friends and families to stay put, stay where they are, because there is no guarantee that there won't be an intensification of bombardment between now and Sunday. So there is a lot at stake. And as you say, why is this moment different? It may not be. But for now, there is hope that unlike the past 15 months or so, or at least since November of 2023, we haven't seen a moment like this. So there is great optimism here this evening.
Yalda, thank you. Yalda Hakim for us in Doha. Yalda will return a little later this evening with more on this story, which we are following throughout the course of the next hour and beyond. The US President speaking at the White House in the last hour. We can have a listen to what Joe Biden had to say about what's happened.
There was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. In this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers help make this deal happen.
Let's go live to Jerusalem and our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who is following this story from there. And Alistair, we've heard so much about how these negotiations have been painstaking and precarious. That pretty much remains the situation, doesn't it? Because the ceasefire does not come into effect until Sunday. So what is the reaction there? Cautious optimism?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there's, the reaction in Gaza is euphoria, as you'd expect. People, within minutes of the news breaking, out on the streets of the major cities in Gaza, or at least where they can be. I mean, very few civilians remaining in the north, but places like Khan Yunis, and of course the Al-Mawasi camp that is now this sprawling humanitarian refugee camp on the coast in Gaza. Huge celebrations there. They'd been nervously awaiting this moment for days as it looked as though it was coming. And celebrations here in Israel too, of course, the hostage families, their relatives, their friends, their supporters. They have been protesting every single week, sometimes multiple times a week, against the government, calling for the government to do a deal. Well, finally that deal looks as though it's been done, but there is still some way to go, as you say. I mean, we have the Israeli Security Cabinet expected to meet tomorrow. They will need to approve the deal, and we expect that to happen, but there is some aspect of dissenting voices within that cabinet. And then there's that wait until Sunday before it comes into force. Now, I would expect that there will be fighting that will continue. There were airstrikes in Gaza overnight, and what you normally find in the hours leading up to a ceasefire is both sides use those final hours to try and make some military gains, to try and have the final say. I mean, it's as crude as that sometimes. And so it would not surprise me if there were further airstrikes in Gaza in the coming days. It would not surprise me if Hamas continues to fight Israeli forces there. So everybody's holding their breath. This is welcome news for most people here, despite there being some opposition to it within Israel. But people will be nervously waiting for Sunday to come around. And what I would say finally, it is a ceasefire. It is an end to the fighting. That is not the same as achieving peace. Peace for the Israelis, peace against the threat from Hamas, but also peace for the Palestinians who are in Gaza and have to now rebuild a destroyed society and a destroyed territory of their own.
Yeah, those bigger questions, no answers as yet. Hopefully in the fullness of time, as you said, that longer-term solution still appears some way off. Alistair, perhaps you could talk to us about the families of the hostages, because over the last 460-plus days, they have held out hope of their loved ones returning. I know that their protests in Jerusalem, you've said, bring traffic to a stop. They turn out on the streets to make sure that their loved ones are not forgotten. How will they be feeling? Because there has been an information vacuum about which hostages are alive and which hostages are not. And this is the moment where they may finally get some answers.
There are 98 hostages who are part of this ceasefire deal. 94 of them were taken on October the 7th, and there are 4 other hostages that actually went into Gaza in 2014. Of the 94 taken on October the 7th, the Israeli military believes that probably more than half of them have been killed and have died whilst in Gaza. They think that of the 33 set to be released as part of the first phase of the deal, they think most of them are alive, and these are all sort of details that they'll be seeking to get confirmation from Hamas and from other groups like Islamic Jihad and others who have been holding them all this time. But beyond that, for the families, a lot of it is unknown. A lot of families have had no word of their loved ones, either proof of life or claims of death in the last 15 and a half months. And so they will nervously be waiting to see whether their loved ones come out and come out alive. Then there are other families. I spoke to a father yesterday here in Jerusalem who was opposing the deal. And the reason he was opposing the deal is his son was fighting the IDF on October the 7th, was taken into Gaza. And because he's an IDF soldier, he is a high-value asset for Hamas. So he's not part of the first phase of releases. He will be held back for future negotiations. And when you remember back to November 2023, gosh, it seems such a long time ago now, when there's that 7-day ceasefire, well, it collapsed. It collapsed after 7 days. And, there's a real fear, and I'm sure it's the same, it's replicated in Gaza, that this deal will not make it beyond the first phase. And, if that doesn't happen, if it doesn't make it beyond the first phase, then for Gazans, the fighting will resume, and Israel's vowed to resume the fighting far more intensely than it has been recently. And for the relatives of the hostages still in Gaza, well, they won't have their loved ones back. So there's real trepidation on all sides.
Alistair, thank you. Alistair Bunkle with the latest for us from Jerusalem this evening. Let's speak now to international negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. First of all, I'd just like to start by asking your reaction to this momentous, historic moment.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. It is a momentous moment. It's a moment that we've been waiting for 15 months. And certainly since the last ceasefire broke in November of last year, of 2023, now it's 2 years. It's fantastic, and it's a first stage in a very, very long path to hopefully settling the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and getting to the stability that the Middle East is now craving, especially with changes in Lebanon, Syria, Iran. This really is a fantastic opportunity to put all the efforts into ensuring that this ceasefire where the potential for breaches is immense, and where the Qataris and the Americans and the Egyptians have set up a monitoring mechanism, so for monitoring and compliance and verification, which will be based in Egypt, as the Qatari Prime Minister, Sheikh Al-Thani, had very clearly stated during his press conference today. So there's much hope, and there will be lots of hurdles. We know that there will be breaches. We know that there will be problem, and we all need to brace for them and work with the three mediators.
Naomi, bear with me for just a second. I just want to bring our viewers a statement from the Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. He's just released this after this evening's ceasefire announcement. He said today's ceasefire agreement is a moment of hope after over a year of agony following Hamas's appalling attack on October 7th, 2023. For the hostages and their loved ones, including British citizen Emily Damari and Eli Sharabi, Oded Lifshitz and Avinantan Orr, this has been an unbearable trauma. For the people of Gaza, so many of whom have lost lives, homes or loved ones, this has been a living nightmare. For the region, this has brought yet more division and conflict. With this agreement, hostages and their families will be reunited and Gazans can begin to rebuild their lives. I pay tribute to the tireless diplomatic efforts of Qatar, Egypt and the incoming and outgoing US administrations. Much remains to be done to implement this in full to all phases of the deal and establish a pathway to lasting peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. From our first day in office, this government has pressed for an immediate ceasefire to free the hostages and to bring relief, reconstruction and hope to civilians who have suffered so much. We will play our full part in the coming days and weeks, working alongside our partners to seize this chance for a better future. That was a statement this evening from the British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. Naomi, thank you so much for taking a pause just so I could bring that to our viewers. That's just coming into us here at Sky News. I wonder if you could take us behind the scenes, if you like, to these negotiations that have been going on for some time. You know, we hark back to November 2023, that agreement collapsing after 8 days. The negotiations to get us to this point have been called painstaking, precarious, complicated. I mean, it feels like those words don't even cover it. You have Israel, you have Hamas, you have the United States, Egypt and Qatar. President Biden himself saying, you know, after decades in foreign policy, this was one of the toughest negotiations he has ever experienced. Can you give us an idea of the effort that has gone in to just reach this stage?
Well, I think it's a bit cheeky of David Lammy to claim credit and to say that the UK has done everything that they can for the last 15 months to try to get to a ceasefire. I certainly think that a lot more could have been done by the United Kingdom to end this earlier. I do think that the Qataris and the Egyptians and the Americans have been working painstakingly 24/7 for 15 months under very difficult circumstances. There is a very right-wing government in Israel and a prime minister that had certainly put himself ahead of the well-being of his own people and especially of the hostages. And it has actually been reported that his family, some of his family members have urged him not to agree to this deal. And we know that the negotiators were still negotiating right up until the moment that the Qatari Prime Minister very bravely came down and gave the press conference. But President-elect Donald Trump preempted this move by Netanyahu potentially, and he tweeted that a deal is done. And of course, he also claimed responsibility for him, which is what Donald Trump does. But the issue is that once Trump had tweeted, Netanyahu could not renege and could not add more and more and more demands. So the issue has been that the sides have been adding demands once agreements have been reached. And we have many times thought that the agreements have been sealed, and then a demand came from one side or another, and very often by this side, whereby Netanyahu is basically held hostage, but out of choice by his own right-wing government. He chose to stay in power over the well-being, not only of his own people, but of Gaza, and risking a regional war. I mean, we're very lucky, very unlucky that there are 47,000 Palestinian dead, and who knows how many buried under the rubble, and over 100,000 Palestinians very seriously wounded, mainly women and children. And Gaza is totally destroyed. I mean, it's a catastrophe, and it's a humanitarian catastrophe as part of this deal, and that's one of the potential hurdles and pitfalls. 600 humanitarian aid trucks are meant to be going into Gaza daily. It's not easy to secure those. In the last few months, they have been looted by principally criminal gangs, and Gaza, following the bombardment of the Strip for 15 months, has turned lawless. It's also not very clear who will govern Gaza after this agreement is implemented. And that's why it's very important to be very cautious and to give the mediators, the negotiators, to give the Qataris and the Egyptians and the Americans that have set up this implementation mechanism, monitoring, verification and compliance, which will be based in Egypt, the chance to really press ahead and resolve disputes as the violations are reported, because to them, because there will be many violations, and we need to work with it and not against it.
Naomi, the hard work isn't over after this announcement.
The hard work begins.
No, exactly. In essence, it begins all over again, and indeed maybe even more difficult, because of course this ceasefire is the precursor to the opening of negotiations to bring an end to the war, to bring peace. Joe Biden saying that negotiations will continue the ceasefire will continue for as long as the negotiations continue. This is going to be long-term, isn't it? Talk us through how this will unfold. It's still very early days. The ceasefire hasn't even come into effect yet. It's coming into effect on Sunday. But that look forward to the next stage of these negotiations will begin.
On day 16 of the first stage, which is 42 days. But negotiations are continuing overnight in Doha at present. I mean, we've taken a deep breath. The Prime Minister, the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister gave a heartfelt press conference. You could see the relief on his face, that very, very gentle smile of, yes, we managed to get an agreement, but still, they're still ironing out some minor details. The agreement will be signed. It's notable that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not spoken yet, and he said he will not speak until the agreement, all the details are agreed. So there's still some issues, but they're minor issues. The agreement is obviously and definitely entering into force on Sunday, and we will see some hostages released on Sunday. But again, the details of how and through which crossing and how will you want to secure the passage of the hostages from where they're being held in captivity now for 465 days by Hamas into the 3 different crossings that they could go through, and it will depend, of course, on where they're held. The head of the International Committee of the Red Cross met with the Israeli president today. He did speak today, and he's more of a ceremonial figure. The one who calls the shots is the Prime Minister. But there is a lot of opposition. A time hasn't been set for the Israeli cabinet to vote on this. That also needs to take place. A lot can happen in 3 days, but the agreement, because the United States is exercising the leverage, the new incoming administration, the Trump administration is exercising the leverage over Israel that the Biden administration failed to exercise.
And of course, the timing this weekend with a ceasefire coming into effect on Sunday and then President Trump being sworn in on Monday. And Nomi, we must leave it there. Nomi Bar-Yaakov, international negotiator, Associate Fellow of International Security Programme at Chatham House. Thank you for your time this evening. We really appreciate it. Our next guest is standing by, Amy Shallan, Chair of the British Palestinian Committee. Amy, thank you for waiting to speak to us. Thank you for joining us on the programme to give us your reaction to this historic moment.
Well, I think the past 15 months of relentless massacre and starvation of the people of Gaza has really shown the world just how far Israel is willing and able to go in advancing its expansionist agenda. We've seen tens of thousands killed, and a new study in The Lancet recently estimated the death toll to be 40% higher than the official number, which would be almost 65,000 women, men and children. And we're seeing really that this ceasefire agreement is almost word for word the same deal that Israel rejected back in May. So it's quite shameful that it's taken this long to get to a ceasefire. And the US and the UK and the international community more broadly has not only failed to push for a ceasefire, but we've seen Keir Starmer upending parliamentary protocol to avoid Labour rebellion on the issue. And we've seen governments enabling and greenlighting genocide by sending billions of dollars of weapons and military support to aid the onslaught. So it's really likely that after these 15 months, it's going to take at least 15 years to clear more than 42 million tonnes of rubble. And then thinking about the trauma...
Amy, that is a really pertinent point in terms of this ceasefire doesn't come into effect until Sunday. That's effectively 4 more days. There's no indication that any bombardments will stop. We understand they may well continue as they have been throughout the last 15 months. But when they do stop on Sunday, what are you left with? What is there for Gaza? We understand that, you know, there is a lot of talk about hostages, but there's also a big conversation about aid, finally, you know, addressing this humanitarian crisis that is ongoing in Gaza. Presumably that is a real point of concern for you, to see that upheld and implemented just as urgently as the hostage exchange.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen everything being levelled to the ground. We've seen Gaza's hospitals being destroyed. We've seen Gaza's universities, the 12 higher education institutions, the buildings being destroyed. But although the buildings are gone, the people and the institutions are still there. And they've been not only trying to just survive, but against all odds, they've been striving to provide a community of care for the people of Gaza. So any aid, any rebuilding really has to be led by and centre Palestinians. They've been doing it all the way through this, and they need to be absolutely at the centre of efforts to rebuild Gaza. And that also entails accountability. And we're just hearing now about peace. What does peace mean? Peace means accountability. The international community, including our own government in the UK, really has to act very swiftly to ensure a permanent end to the attacks on Palestinians, and not only in Gaza, but across Palestine, and actively really seek accountability for war crimes and all violations of international law. Peace really relies on that accountability.
Yeah. And what does Gaza look like in the future, Amy? Because, you know, you talk there about, you believe it will be at least 15 years to clear more than 42 million tonnes of rubble. That's before any rebuild. We know that over 90% of the population in Gaza have been displaced. We talk about people returning to their homes in Gaza. What do they return to?
Well, we've seen that so many of them have had their homes destroyed, their places of worship destroyed, cultural institutions destroyed. The buildings, as I say, so many of the buildings are gone. But Gaza was built from tents, you know, in terms of those institutions. It wasn't just the local population. But let's remember that that population in Gaza is 85% of it is a refugee population from 1948, when they were pushed there in 1948 during the catastrophe, the Nakba for Palestinians. So essentially, Gaza is used to also rebuilding itself. It has been through many of these attacks. But having said all of that, there can be no going back to normal from this. After Israel has dropped more than 85,000 tons of bombs in 1 year, and that is equivalent, just think on this, that's equivalent to almost 6 bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima. So that's why I'm saying what is urgently needed is accountability so that this cannot happen again. And the UK has a role to be leading on that rather than doing what it's been doing until now, which is to shield an occupying power from accountability. And that means pushing for the arrest and prosecution of the ICC of Israeli officials for war crimes and crimes against humanity. It means immediately ceasing the provision of military support to Israel and suspending the arms export licenses and imposing a two-way arms embargo. And it means dropping the 2030 roadmap for UK-Israel bilateral relations and imposing economic and diplomatic sanctions in order to apply pressure on Israel to ensure that it abides by its international obligations that have been set out in the ICJ advisory opinion on the legal consequences of its prolonged occupation. And absolutely critically, it also means defending Palestinian self-determination by preventing further Israeli colonization and rejecting any initiatives that impose reconstruction plans in Gaza that bypass Palestinian civil society.
Amy Shallan, Chair of the British Palestinian Committee, thank you for coming on to Sky News this evening to share your views in reaction to the breaking news tonight. That ceasefire agreed between Israel and Hamas, due to come into effect on Sunday. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Let's go live to Washington now. We can speak to our US correspondent, Mark Stone. Mark, talk to us about the reaction in America. We heard from Donald Trump before we heard from President Biden, but we did get a news conference from President Biden. What did we learn about America's role in this tonight?
Yes. Hi, SJ. Sarah J. Donald Trump was the first to respond to this news in a statement, a lengthy statement on his own social media site, Truth Social. He took full credit for the ceasefire, for the deal that has been put together. He effectively said it was his deal and that it would never have happened had he not won the election back in November. I think it is rather more nuanced than that, but it is also the case, I think, that the deal would not have come about at this moment if Donald Trump was not about to enter the White House for a few reasons. It is also the case that the outgoing president, Joe Biden, who delivered a statement here at the White House about an hour or so ago, his team should take some considerable credit for this deal happening now, because they have been working for so long to try and make it happen. But I think the combination of the two teams working together, which was pretty unprecedented. The incoming envoy for the Middle East, Trump's envoy for the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, was working side by side in Doha with his counterpart in Biden's outgoing team, Brett McGurk. They were working together alongside the Qataris, the Egyptians, Israel, and others as well to make this ceasefire deal happen. That is unprecedented, and that coordination was clearly very, very important. Biden pointed that out, but he wasn't willing to give Trump any credit, just as Trump wasn't willing to give him any credit. I think quite a lot has changed. I mean, the point is that the deal that has been achieved now is pretty much identical to the one that Biden put on the table back in May last year. So what has changed? Well, the facts on the ground have changed. The picture on the ground has changed significantly in the sense that Hamas has been further degraded in Gaza. Hamas, of course, is a proxy of Iran. Iran's other proxies across the region in just the last couple of months have been decimated, with Israel fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon, taking out its leader, Nasrallah. Syria having a complete change of regime with the fall of Assad, and Iran itself being degraded significantly. All of that has happened really quite quickly. Biden is taking credit for that, which again I think is a bit rich, because it was the Biden administration that told Israel not to attack Hezbollah in Lebanon, not to take out Nasrallah, and yet they did it anyway. So I think both sides are claiming far more credit than they should. But the fact is that the cooperation of the two sides and the unpredictability of Donald Trump, the fact that he said just a few weeks ago and has repeated on a number of occasions that all hell would break loose if the hostages were not released, if a deal did not come, that focused minds. No one quite knew what Donald Trump meant by that. Was it an empty threat? Possibly, but maybe not. That's Trump. And so I think that focused minds, and not least it focused Netanyahu's mind, because while Netanyahu has realised over the past 18 months that he didn't need to dance to Joe Biden's tune, that was proven by the fact that he rode over every one of Joe Biden's red lines and nothing happened. He knew he could do what he wanted with Joe Biden. He doesn't know that with Donald Trump because of the character that Donald Trump is, and he needs Donald Trump because he wants to further the Abraham Accords. They were put in place under Trump's last presidency. They are all about normalizing Israeli relations with other nations, Arab nations in the Middle East. He knows that he wants to get that done, and he needs Donald Trump to do that. So he needed to dance to Donald Trump's tune, and so he did today.
Mark, thank you. Mark Stone there for us in Washington. We're going to stay in Washington now for our next guest, Dana Strahl, former Middle East policy official at the Pentagon. Dana, thank you for joining us on Sky News to react to what is unfolding this evening, this ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas set to come into effect, phase 1 on Sunday. We were just hearing from our US correspondent, Mark Stone, there, about the unprecedented coordination between the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration. President Biden saying essentially the teams worked as one on this.
I couldn't agree more. I think what is remarkable about how we arrived at this situation is that the two teams, both Biden and Trump, despite real vitriol and really heated rhetoric during the campaign and in the weeks after Donald Trump won the election, that the two teams set aside that vitriol to focus on saving lives, and very specifically to get the Israeli hostages out of Gaza. It has been well over a year, and there are still tremendous numbers of Biden administration officials on the ground in Israel working right now on how that surge in humanitarian aid to Gaza will be implemented.
What is the US influence in all of this? Clearly it's significant in getting this ceasefire over the line. But as President Biden himself pointed out earlier on, this is the same deal he put on the table back in May. Donald Trump is being inaugurated on Monday. Is that really what got this over the line? Because I just wonder, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu ignored Biden, as Mark Stone was pointing out there, on a number of occasions in this conflict. Yet he has chosen to act just as Donald Trump's coming in. Is that just a coincidence, or can we link the two?
I think it's great that Donald Trump looked at the ceasefire deal that Joe Biden put on the table last May and decided that this was good for Israel, the best way to get Israeli hostages out of Gaza. What's different is not just Donald Trump's election, though I think the incoming administration and the anticipated changes certainly are moving decision makers all across the Middle East. But it's also how drastically the Middle East has changed since last May. And that happened on Biden's watch. So let's not forget, Hamas has been almost completely dismantled in Gaza. Hezbollah has been decimated in Lebanon. Bashar al-Assad fled to Moscow, no longer Iran's state partner in Syria. And Israel has effectively targeted military strikes inside Iran twice. And that was enabled by the unprecedented level of military support and military capabilities that the United States sent to the region. And the Israel Defense Forces have been able to do what they did because of the support they received from the Biden administration.
We move from the politics of this now to the people, and the talk over the next few days, weeks and months will be about the people, the hostages, those in Gaza, desperate. There's a humanitarian crisis there, in desperate need of aid. So, you know, A lot of people will say, it should have been the focus on the people rather than the politics all along. But while that is the focus of the next few weeks and months, there is another phase coming, and that's the work towards a longer-term solution. It still seems a long way off, but minds will be starting to focus towards that. And in terms of the future of the Middle East, I spoke to a guest a little bit earlier on from the British Palestinian Committee who said, life in Gaza just can't go back to normal. There has been a fundamental change here. It's been razed to the ground, communities displaced, people have lost everything. How do you go back to some kind of new normal, if you like?
I agree with your earlier guest. We can't go back to a new normal. And I think Israeli society is profoundly changed and irreversibly changed, as is Palestinian society, both in the West Bank and Gaza. So first of all, this is a very human moment. There's an opportunity to recenter both on the Israeli hostages who deserve to be free and not under the terrible level of atrocities that they have suffered at the hands of Hamas, and also the Palestinian civilians in Gaza who deserve so much more than they receive from the government under Hamas. But humanitarian aid in the surge is really just the first step. The next is what is going to happen for the people of Gaza. Is there the potential for a Palestinian state alongside Israel, and who's going to govern Gaza? And there's yet no agreement, no political consensus on what that is going to look like. And it's going to need to be a huge focus of discussions between this Israeli government and the Trump administration.
Dana Strahl, former Middle East policy official at the Pentagon, really appreciate your time speaking to us this evening, reacting to the breaking news. If you are just joining us tonight, Israel and Hamas have reached a ceasefire deal after 15 months of conflict. It has been confirmed this evening. It comes into effect, phase 1, on Sunday. We'll take you through the different phases and details we have so far of that ceasefire deal shortly here on Sky News. But let's go now to Alison Griffin, Head of Humanitarian Campaigns at Save the Children. And Alison, I was just reflecting with Dana there about the shift from politics to people. That is what people are going to focus on in the coming days and week. Hostages and the humanitarian crisis. What's Save the Children's reaction to this historic moment this evening?
Well, there's a sense of relief. I'm thinking about my colleagues who are in Gaza tonight. I'm thinking about the 1 million children or so who've been caught up in this living nightmare for the last 15 months. If this ceasefire is implemented, this pause will be a vital breath for Palestinian children to be away from bullets and bombs, a vital breath for Israeli children who have been held hostage to be reunited with their families, but it must be permanent. Save the Children and other aid agencies can start saving lives now, but the government of Israel needs to vastly increase the aid that is allowed in. It needs to stop these arbitrary restrictions that we've seen on vital goods, things like neonatal care kits, things like tent poles being taken out of tents. It's about trucks, and we can get aid in on trucks. We can save the lives of children who are on the brink of famine, children who are so malnourished tonight that they can't absorb normal food. We can bring in something called peanut paste, which saves lives in a couple of days. We can truck water in, but this cannot be just about trucks. This has to be about an end to the occupation, an end to the siege, an end to the reasons why children are dying of starvation and other and all the rest of what we've seen over the last 15 months.
Alison, I can sense the urgency in your voice, and like you said, it isn't about trucks, but in the short term it is going to be, in terms of just getting food to people in need. The logistics of that, I mean, that's going to be complicated. But how much do you work with governments? What are NGOs' involvements now? Because they've said that they're going to let aid in as part of this deal. How does that all come into effect? How does it work behind the scenes? How do you get involved to make it happen?
Save Children's a global organisation. We've been working on the ground in Gaza for more than 40 years. We're in capitals like London, where I am. I think what we're seeing most is that the horrors that children have experienced in the last 15 months here has become normal. We've seen babies who've needed amputations before even getting the chance to learn to walk. that can never be normal again, and that's what we are using the evidence that we're seeing from on the ground to advocate, to campaign, to stop this. The scale of this cannot happen. These violations of international law on this scale, international humanitarian law that was put in place to protect all of us, this cannot continue to happen, and perpetrators must be held to account. It's wonderful to see the international communities come together, but they must ensure that atrocities like this, like that have happened to Palestinian children, must never happen again, and to no child anywhere.
What are the long-term effects of this on the children of Gaza? Because, as I said, in the weeks and months, it will be about, aid, getting in there to help them, medical assistance that they haven't been able to access. But the long-term effects of this, 90% of the population displaced, homes gone, whole towns gone. What are we looking at longer term here in terms of helping them? Because sitting here, it seems unfathomable. It seems like such a big task.
Yeah, and if you're a family in Gaza and we've seen what life has been like, sharing a toilet with 600 people, children desperate to just regain a bit of childhood. Some of the work that Save the Children has been doing is creating safe spaces as far as we possibly can, where children can just play, where adults can drop their children off with key advisors who can help support their mental health while adults have to go and find food. Just for an hour a day, that relief to just be a child again is so important. What I don't think we cannot possibly know the toll of the mental health, the mental harm that has happened over this period of time. But the international community must be there to help support both the infrastructure, the mental health support, and get children back into school. Children haven't been in school for over a year. Get education back on the agenda. So what's left of this generation of children can start to regrow, can start to develop. And that starts with the international community doing things like it has today. But it also starts with governments like the UK to stop being complicit in what has happened to children, to stop taking half measures when it comes to accountability, when it comes to holding perpetrators to account, to use the diplomatic clout that it's got to make sure that ceasefire lasts, to make sure we can get aid in and start the process of healing, to avert a famine, and to make sure those legal mechanisms, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, are in place and supported to bring perpetrators to account and to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Alison Griffin, Head of Humanitarian Campaigns at Save the Children, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now on Sky News by Yotam Cohen, whose brother Nimrod Cohen was taken hostage by Hamas during the October 7 attacks. Yotam, really good of you to join us tonight to react to this breaking news. Your initial thoughts tonight?
First of all, I think it's a major step and a big sigh of relief for us as hostage families, and I think for the entirety of the people of Israel. But for me and for many certain families of hostages, this is just the first step, and there are many more steps to be taken until we get our loved one back. My brother was a soldier that was taken into Gaza, will only be released on the second phase, and so our struggle has changed and has shifted from advocating for a hostage deal to now advocating for a lasting and comprehensive hostage deal that will ensure all the hostages back home.
Yes, because I would imagine that's the concern for you and your family, that it is in phases and it doesn't come into effect on Sunday. A lot can happen in 4 days. It's a very nervous wait for all involved, particularly the families of hostages. So I understand your trepidation in that case. This waiting game continues for you. Have you had any information about your brother? Because so many families, I'm sure like yours, have been operating in this information vacuum.
Yes, the kidnapping of my brother, the entirety of the kidnapping was captured by Hamas terrorists on the morning of the 7th of October and was posted on social media on the morning of the 7th of October. This is exactly how my father got to know that his son was taken in captivity. We know from hostages who came back on the first hostage deal more than a year ago that they saw him in the tunnels inside Gaza. and that he was relatively unharmed and healthy. In the past couple of months, we got multiple pieces of information from the IDF intelligence officers who accompany us, and that Nimrod is alive in the tunnels, and we're hoping that this nightmare will come to an end, and in the end of the day, we'll see him home alive, and we can rehabilitate as a family.
Yeah. Each piece of information over the last 15 months giving you that hope that he is okay, you know, just 19 years old when he was taken fit and healthy, which I'm sure, you know, gave you some hope that he would okay should he be unharmed by those who hold him. What happens now? Obviously, this has just been announced, but talk to me about the chain of events that will now happen to keep your family informed. Are you in touch with authorities? How does it work?
First of all, we have to say that the Israeli government did not want this hostage deal. This is the same hostage deal that has been proposed on last May by our Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Biden, and that the Israeli government has managed to avoid and stall and torpedo this hostage deal. And right now, we can see that the soon-to-be President Donald Trump has forced Netanyahu to sign it. Just so you know, up to this point, there is no official confirmation by the Israeli government that a hostage deal will happen. But we all know from foreign reports, both by Qatar and by the American administration, that the hostage deal will happen. The Israeli government will try to deny it until the very last moment, until they have to confirm this to the public. Right now, what we are afraid that the same tactic that has been used by the Israeli government to stall and to torpedo a hostage deal up to this point will be the same tactic to be used from now on to torpedo the hostage deal and to sabotage it after the first phase without reaching the second phase, which will result in all the remaining living hostages to be released. And we're hoping that the international community and the public of Israel and the American administration will be able to push enough to see the permanent ending of the war in Gaza, the rehabilitation of Gaza, and the release of all the hostages back to Israel.
You make an important point there, Yotam, in terms of reframing tonight's announcement. As you said, there's been no official confirmation from your government. It was announced by Hamas unofficially, then the Qatari Prime Minister and the Americans. There is due to be a vote tomorrow by the Israeli government to push this ceasefire deal through and get it approved. But the reframing slightly of this as a victory, which it is being hailed on by those who are announcing it publicly. But, you know, I've spoken to the chair of the British Palestinian Committee who says, yes, you know, this is a ceasefire, but look at what's happened in the last 15 months, not just on the Palestinian side, but on the Israeli side as well. And as you said, this deal was around in May. It's only now just getting over the line. And that's a very sobering thought that we could have been here 15 months ago. Tens of thousands of lives could have been saved. Hostages could have been returned.
For the past couple of months, the vast majority of the people of Israel, more than 80%, are pleading, protesting, and urging the government to sign a hostage deal that will result in a ceasefire. This ongoing war has devastated both sides, both the Palestinian and the Israeli sides, and will continue to do so until a permanent ceasefire and the ending of the war is achieved. This is what we've been trying to convey and advocate for in the past couple of months, and we are very, I think, excited to see that somebody has finally listened to us, and that the Israeli government, which denied and looked down on us and didn't listen to what we have to say for its own political gains, was finally forced unfortunately by external force, but was forced to do the right thing for basically everybody, for the Gazans, for the Palestinians, for the hostages, for the soldiers who are fighting, and for the entirety of the people of Israel.
Yotam, I really appreciate your words tonight coming on to talk to us. This is a big moment for you and your family and the families of the other hostages held in Gaza. Yotam Cohen there, brother of Nimrod Cohen, taken hostage, hopefully soon to return to his family. We wish you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, these are scenes live in Tel Aviv this evening. That breaking news a little earlier tonight. A ceasefire deal agreed between Israel and Hamas. We understand it's going to come into effect on Sunday. There will be 3 phases to it, the details of which have been outlined by President Biden this evening. We'll continue to follow this story from 9 o'clock. The world is coming your way with Yalda Hakim. Stay tuned.